get up here. Okay, and keep watching when you come out. Straight back out.
Good morning everybody and welcome to Doune Hill Climb here in the centre of sunny Scotland. A bit damp here today so far, hopefully the weather might clear up later. And we're joining the meeting now at the start of second runs of the day. We've had one set of practice runs from all the drivers. Now we have two competitions here this weekend. We have an inter-club competition involving runners in the Scottish Championship, and we have the National Championship involving runners in the British National Hillclimb Championship and British Hillclimb Cup. The order of proceedings today will be this run we are on about to start will be the second practice run for the national runners and the first timed run, competitive class run, for the Scottish runners. And after lunch, which will probably be taken after this batch of the set of runs, will be a timed run for the British runner, a timed run for all runners in fact, which will be the first British timed competitive run of the day, and the second Scottish run. And then after that there will be the third Scottish runners, well they've got a third run for their championship, and then the top 12 run off for the fastest British competitors. So a slightly reduced programme compared to yesterday. So this is now, as I repeat, we're now starting here with the first set of timed competitive class runs for the Scottish Championship runners. So we've had one batch of 4 cars up so far. Those are the cars which have 2 drivers competing in the same car, and they have been up and come back down, and there will now be changing drivers in the paddock so that their second drivers can join the other cars going up in the next batch. Cars go up in batches of about 20 at a time, and they are then sent back down from the holding paddock at the top of the hill. So you can see on the screen, and if you're here on the hill you can expect to see coming up the hill number 17, who's John Hamilton in a Rover Mini. And he's competing in the Scottish Championship road saloon cars up to 1400cc class. Class was won yesterday by Gary Dixon in his Vauxhall Corsa. So John Hamilton leaves the line. It's been raining fairly consistently all morning here. A few lighter spells with just a drizzle, but been pretty wet all day. So the track is much wetter than it was at any time yesterday, when we had a few spots of rain during the middle of the day. Give an idea of the conditions today so far compared to yesterday. The quickest time in practice yesterday was a 37.93 set by Sean Gould, and the quickest time so far this morning is a 43.88 set by Wallace Mingies. So about a 5-6 second difference in the speeds. On the hill now, following John Hamilton, is Sam Shaw in his Volkswagen Fox, his first year competing on the hills, and looking next year to head up and race a Mazda in the Mazda Championship. So time for John Hamilton is 71.19. Which puts him temporarily to second in class behind the earlier double-driven car of John Bruce with 62.75. Sam Shaw reaches the top of the hill in his Volkswagen Fox, 68.76. So now on the track we have Anthony Reid in his Datsun Cherry, and he's followed up by Gary Dixon, the class record holder and class winner yesterday, in his Vauxhall Corsa. His run yesterday, Gary Dixon's run yesterday, was 100th lower than his class record. Obviously, he would be a few 4 or 5 seconds away from that today, at least. Dave Iscari's pushing hard there. He hasn't been up, I don't think, in a practice run this morning, so possibly his first run. Look at the hill. Time for Anthony Reid was 67.64. Gary's looking at the time in the 50s, I think. 57.21, so 5 seconds slower than his record, approximately. And takes the class lead. No, in fact, he doesn't, sorry. I just noticed Jody Gordon, who was up earlier, had a 56.62. So in fact, looks like Jody Gordon is leading that class after the first runs. So now have Callum Norris in the Silver Right, this rear-engined Yamaha-powered kit car, running by himself today in the sports car class because the young lads in their Westfield yesterday had an engine problem. Derek Rosney, just gone wide at the top of his bray, bit of dirt on the track, I'm sure. He was setting red times, which to me means he's running quickest of the cars so far we've seen today. A low 50s for Derek, 54.36. So Derek was running his own in Class A2, and now Class A3 for road fluid over 2 litres. Number of Mini Cooper S's, supercharged or turbocharged versions of the Mini Cooper, BMW Mini Cooper. First we see Jim Howarth. Jim Howarth is a 65.27. With one runner in this class earlier was Vicky Park at a 62.56. Who currently did the class. Now Simon Rosney in his Vauxhall Astra. So Simon Rosney at 59.20. Now the 2 quickest cars in this class, it should be Tommy Rapson in his Audi TT and David Reid in his Subaru Impreza. So Tommy currently running fastest of the day so far. So 54.04 for Tommy Rapson. And then David Reid, last winner yesterday in his Subaru. Was his road car champion last year in the Flying Haggis, David Reid. So he's setting big times as well. And he's over the line, still going red times. 53.25, so David Reid takes lead in that class. Still waiting for Brian Wilson, who is sharing the car with Vicky Park. And we now got Michael King running in the Mazda, sharing the car with Father Jim. Again, Michael won the class yesterday, tail happy at the top of his bray, but up through the S's safely. Now up towards the last corner. And he's the first runner in the Mazda class, so his time's going to be the quickest at 57.40. Right, Jenny Howells in the Hillman Imp, up from the south of England for this event, as she does for all the good events. So Alex Howells, her husband, has been up already, and he did a 71.69. So Jenny coming up now, heading up towards Oak Tree. Through Oak Tree and up through Garden Gate. Waiting on the line now should be Ewan Bruce in the family MGZR. Ewan competing in the new junior class we have here for drivers between 14 and 16 years old. Again, Hill's at the top of the hill. Time to be her husband's time just early was 71. That's a 70.90 for Jenny Howells. Still one car to come in this class, Campbell Gordon, who I can see lining up behind Ewan Bruce. Ewan Bruce, the only runner in the J1. Drivers aged 14 to 16 and no more than 110 brake horsepower. So it just started competing this year, and so the lap records are coming down all the time. Yesterday he reduced his lap record into 61 seconds, but obviously that's not going to happen today. There's two lap class records yesterday broken. One was by Ewan and one by George Cohill. The last car, in fact, to run in the national runners. So it's a good time from Ewan Bruce. Not good to match his record. It's very close to it though. 62.06. 62.06 for Ewan Bruce. Yesterday, Ewan's new record was 61.92. We're very, very close to that time today. Obviously, every run he takes, he's getting better and more used to the hill. Campbell Gordon, running in Class A1, the last runner in this class today. He finished third yesterday, behind Jody and Gary Dixon. So, Campbell Gordon was setting purple sectors for this class, but he's falling back a bit now, and he won't be beating either Gary or his son. 63.68, still good enough for third. Fourth in class for Campbell Gordon. John Bruce had a 62. Fourth in class for Campbell Gordon. And Brian Wilson sharing Vicky Park's Mini Cooper, a 59.59. That is the end of that batch. So looking back, we have Ewan Bruce and his MGZR in the junior class, getting very close to his dry track class record with a 62.06. In the class for up to 1400s, Jody Gordon takes the lead with a 56.62, ahead of Gary Dixon 57.21, John Bruce 62.75, and Campbell Gordon 63.68. Derek Rothney running himself in Class A2 is a 54.36. And then in the over 2 litre class, we've still got Brian Hunter to run today. And then we'll be able to finalise that class. At the moment, probably stay this way with David Reid leading at 53.25, Tommy Rapson 54.04. Third at the moment, Simon Rothney, 59.20. So that is the first time runs for that batch of cars. In the Scottish Championship, they have 3 timed runs today, as they had yesterday. Their best run of the 3 will count towards their final position in the class for this trip today. So their best run of the 3 will count towards point scoring for the Scottish Championship. So before yesterday's meeting in the road classes, it was Gary Dixon who was leading. Gary Dixon was leading in the road class A1. Derek Rosney in A2, and David Reid in A3. Also road division, which is mixed up together, and David Reid leading that. Before yesterday, just from Derek Rosney, Tommy Raps in third. So Ian Thompson will have worked away last night on some numbers, and maybe he'll have some more up-to-date numbers for today. So we're on our way now with the first car in the road sports, and this is over 1700. This is John Welsh in the Westfield. Turbocharged this year, been running in normal estimated form in previous years. I think we forgot to give you Callum Norris's time in the silver. Callum Norris's time is 62 seconds exactly. So Callum Norris running in Class A4 up to 1400, and John Welsh followed up by John Shirley in a lovely Ferrari 355. Those 2 contracted cars make up Class A6. So John Welsh heading towards the top of the hill, and John Shirley up through tunnel. We want to bash his Ferrari against the brick walls, stone walls up through the tunnel. We're cautiously coming up out of the tunnel into junction and over the meadow. John Welch's time, 73.38. Looks like John Shirley is going to be quicker than that and may take the class lead. Then the Mark Road Sports cars, Jim Sugden on the hill in his little GTM Libra. John Shirley has finished in a 64.57. As we can see, Jim Sugden crossing measures the bottom of East Bray. Peter Wearing in his Mazda, not eligible for the Mazda class which follows. Slightly different regulations. He's on the hill. Yesterday he ran it without the hood up, so we'll see what he's doing today. Jim Sugden's time, 72.71. Well, no, Peter has got the hood up today, I think. But surprisingly, has he? Yes, he has. And Neil Ross, who's the class leader yesterday in the Porsche Boxster, and should similarly lead the class after the runs today. But Peter Wearing, safe up East Bray and through the S's. And following Neil Ross in the Porsche, we've got Ian Crawford in the second of the Mazda in the Mazda class. We've had a time for Michael King. But Peter Wearing's time, 80.62. Neil Ross should be in the below 60 seconds to see, hopefully. But pitch over the line, just below 60, 59.63. So leads that class by a substantial 13 seconds. Ian Crawford in the Mazda, followed up by Neil Godwood, the class record holder. Time for Ian Crawford, 65.22. Neil Godwood is the class record holder of 51. He's already passed that today, so probably about 5 or 6 seconds slower than his class record. Well, 61.32. So Neil, he's a fair bit slower than Michael King was just a short time ago in the first batch of cars. So Michael King leads that class. Under Grover, the second silver ride we have here this weekend. This is a more modified version, running in the modified sports car class B4 by himself. 56.29. A couple of non-starters today in class B6. The Sutherlands, father and son. Son Ross after the barriers in the lower part of the hill yesterday, so that car is retired from today. We now have John Ramsey running in class C0, the Saloon Lieber class, 54.93. Yesterday Charlie Fraser in the Spire went grass cutting up at the top of East Bray. Just bodywork damaged the car. Said he shut his eyes and just waited for the bang, but fortunately he was tangled up in the brambles and didn't quite reach the barrier. Just a ways past it now. He was safely negotiated East Bray today. Running by himself in the class as well. 60.55. There we go. A couple of single seaters in the Scottish runners this weekend. Tom Graham in the Megapin is the first of them. Tom Graham reached the top of the hills. 64.53. Ryan Hunter in his Mini. Ryan Hunter transferred from the national class to the Scottish classes into club licence holders. He goes back to class A3. His Mini raced HillClimb around a Twingo last year. 2 Twingos on the hill last year. Ryan was one of the drivers. He's followed by Charlie Forsyth, the quickest car in the Scottish classes and setting red sector times at the moment. And likely to be quickest again today in his home-built 130R Suzuki engine. It's a tail out at top of East Bray, but no problems really. Controlled in the wet, and he's going to be in the 40s. No, he's not. Just over the top. 52.19. Charlie Forsyth, 52.19. There's a few more cars in this British Championship classes. Thoroughbred cars, road cars. Leslie Schooler, MG Midget. And Leslie followed by Jim King in his Mazda, going back to Mazda class. Jim King safe up through the tunnel. He'll be pursued up by Leslie Anscombe just finishing. Jim King in the tunnel. And Stephen Bryant has just left the line in this amazing 4.7 litre Ford Falcon. Jim King dips wheels into the inside verges in both corners over the meadow. So pushing a bit here, Jim King. Obviously trying to have his son. Stephen Bryant to the Falcon. Builds the road in the dry track. Probably a handful in the wet as well. Jim King's time's 58.92, so good try, but still over 1.5 seconds behind son Michael. Falcon heading up the junction and across the meadow. As you can see, not a lot of room between on the sides of the track. Fairly well sorted machine. Not quite shopping car, but I'm sure it does go shopping in it. Road legal. The time for Stephen Bryant, 64.10. Sorry, going back a time for Leslie Ann Schooler, 73.63. Jim Brown in this lovely Riley 1.5. You're here, dude, go and look at this car in the paddock, immaculately prepared. And another immaculately prepared car follows it up. That's John Albiston in his historic Brabham BT38. Car dates back to 1971. One of the last mass-produced Brabham customer cars. This one was a Formula 3 chassis, BT38C. John has now replaced it with a 2-litre EDG engine, self-built by his mechanic. And the car's decked out in Jägermeister colours as worn by Graham Hill in Formula 2 back in the early 1970s. Time for Jim Brown, 74.60. So in fact, third in car behind the Falcon and the Midget for Jim today. The moment now, after John Alveston, who does a 69.06, now into the practice session for the national runners. This is Stephen Darley in this Subaru Legacy shared with Damien Bradley. They were hoping for a dry track yesterday to go for the class record, but unfortunately the hill didn't come to them this afternoon. This is actually just a practice run for Stephen, the second practice run of the day. It does a 55.93. So this is now into the double driven cars for the British National Championship, and this is their second and final practice run off of today. So here the cars coming back down the hill after those two runners, I think, from the British Championship runners. Having their second practice run. John McQuillan was the second of those in his Radical 1340 Suzuki engine in the back of that Radical. One of two we have here this weekend. Radical company building many of these Radicals of different heights and specifications, raced in Radical championships around the world. There's got a comment on the live chat of the screen which says, how does that Falcon get through the tunnel? And the reply being they might fit casters onto the side of it. That's an interesting thought. But certainly, yes, the Ford Falcon and the tunnel, a tight fit, I think we can say. At the top of the hill now, we've got John Albison, as I say, Brabham, BT30. Another car to go and have a look at if you're here. Look at it in the paddock. John had a previous BT38, which we have seen in different colours. It was a Formula 3, Swedish Formula 3 car. This one was originally built for the Australian International Racing Organisation, which was a team from the 1970s, which included at one time Alan Jones, who then went on to become world champion. The car, after its Formula 3 days, mainly in the hands of Brian Maguire, then passed through a number of English owners, before it also was picked up by Stuart Robb, Scottish hill climber and racer at the time, who raced the Brabham with different bodywork at Ingliston. But then John has now restored the car to its original BT38 bodywork, let's say, fitted a 2-litre BDG engine. So here we have the first few cars in the early national championship classes in the practice run. Unfortunately, a number of classes with only 1 or 2 entries today, as there was yesterday. John Langmead himself running in the up to his production class. But on screen now we have Eric Morey pushing on in his turbocharged imp. He's up against Mark Maynard and his normally aspirated mint is 58.37 for Eric Morey for his. If Eric actually ran this morning in his yesterday Eric had a run this morning, 61.65, 58.37. 5 seconds or so ahead of Mark Maynard in the class. We've also seen John Pick in his unusual AMS retire, entering himself in the class. We are missing here this weekend Robbie Burrell, who's currently leading the British Hillclimb Cup. Robbie Burrell and Mark Lawrence sharing a Porsche Cayman. Robbie had an incident at Wootton Park last weekend in the Midland Championship round, and he'd not be able to get the car ready for this weekend. So that car, Class A2, is not here, leaving an empty class. Class A3, Chris Berriford and his Subaru Impreza was entered. He is not here this weekend either. John Pick running by himself in his class. Two imps are followed up by Jock Ramsey and his Opel and Alan Reid in his Peugeot. This Jock is a couple of seconds quicker than Alan. The meetings run in the afternoon. Now some more Porsches. This is Jonathan Williamson up to top of the hill, 59.84, and Andrew Norris. Andrew from Shelsley Walsh area. I think he lives very close to the hill in Shelsley Walsh in Worcestershire. Not quite as close as Simon Durling, who actually lives at the top of the hill in Shelsley Walsh. Imagine having that as your front drive. Andrew Norris safely over the line. Andrew Norris 5 seconds slower than the press was in Stephen Darley's, and this is David Bradley now. Push you on in these conditions. Obviously just the last practice run for his timed runs. This will be a low 50, 52.81. That's 3 seconds quicker than Stephen Darley. Jeff Tremble in the Subaru Pritz at this time. Jeff, 80 years old this year, running car number 80, and has been a regular at Doune for 25 years. The interesting thing is he's a regular at Doune, but he lives in Cornwall. So Jeff Tremble lives in Cornwall. It's a regular long distance trek up from Cornwall. Leaves on Monday, I think, to get here, but comes up here for the 3 meetings every before the classic meeting every year. So it's good to see you here, Jeff, still. Many more years to come, hopefully. Top of the hill, 65.98. Now we're into small sports cars, Mike West. And the Radical is ready to see. And that was Duncan Barnes' Honda engined Norma popping and banging outside my door here. Probably the noisiest car here. Mike West, the top of the hill, 62.01. And McDonald in the supercharged engine force. Ex-Rob Stevens, record holder in many hills in Rob's hands. Alan pushing on. Former motorcycle racer, winner of a Manx Grand Prix, and also participant in the HillClimb.TT in the past. Going quite steadily over the top of the hill there around the last corner. It's still a 54.28. This is Duncan Barnes in the Norma. Pushing himself in his class. I'm sure David Seaton would have loved to have been here, but unfortunately David's having issues with the engine in his very similar Ligier, similar specification generally. David Seaton having big issues with engine in that car which he just bought and ran last year for the first time. He was giving Duncan a good fight. Ryan Beverley in the Westfield. Ryan also quick in a number of cars here. And Doune, quite a tight line top of East Bray. Very neat and tidy through the hill. Around the last corner. And over the line of 51.48. Doesn't look as though we're going to see Matthew Price today. He hasn't taken either of his practice runs. So perhaps he's gone home. Matthew Price and Radical is another contender in that class. Of course, the single seaters now, Ben Hamer. The OMS shared with brother Will Kerr, running a 748 turbocharged Kawasaki. Now to single seaters up to 1100. This is Richard Summers, father of Alex Summers. Here in the car with Lindsay. DJ Firehawk. Another one missing this morning, a piece with Jonathan Flesher. I'm not sure if he has also gone home, but with no time for him for a morning run for practice today. And Richard Matossian is also not got a practice run this morning. After Richard Summers, Robin Wood, whose co-driver had a bit of an off up here. Next, Martin Jones, Bosch. Double drivers in this class. Followed up by double driven Formula Ford of Kirsten Dodd, sharing with Hugh Ryder. RF86 Van Diemen, 1986 model from the firm founded by Ralph Furman and Ross Ambrose, and named Van Diemen after the home country of Ross Ambrose, Tasmania. Kirsten started last year sharing with Caroline, and she saved the top of the 61.25. Paul Jones sharing with Darren Gumbley. Car broke a drive shaft as Darren came to line yesterday afternoon. Nice shiny new one fitted on the left hand side. Alan Warburton, father of David, and the family Gould is followed up by Steve Marr sharing Richard Spenny's GWR Raptor. Richard qualified for the runoff yesterday, as did David Warburton. Steve Marr's first runs of the year in the Raptor. Alan Warburton 51.24. Morning we had a 45.34 from It's David Warburton. Steve Barr running the 1600cc Raptor. Richard Spedding, a number of years ran a turbocharged 1300 in the back of this car. Had difficulty to get to the run sometimes, and eventually gave up the fight and put a standard 1600 Hayabusa in it. And had more success last year, but 54.9 from Steve Marr. That's the end of that batch. Once all these national championship runners have had their second practice time, I'm sure we'll be having lunch, probably in about 45 minutes time, hopefully. And then we'll have the afternoon time run starting sometime after that. We'll let you know when that will be as soon as we find out. So Leslie Sheridan leads off the 1100 cars now in this batch. Now Reynard. Formula 3 Reynard from 1990. Designed by Adrian Reynard, who is still out actively racing in Formula 4 2000. And followed up by Rory Sheaton in the Megapin. Booster spray of spray, the top of the spray there from the single seaters. So it's still pretty obviously wet, but we don't seem to get puddles of standing water too much here at Doune, so hopefully we won't have the issues we've had in other hills this year. We're seating the Megapin 9, which is for sale if you want to go down to Paddock and have a look at buying it. £8,000 will buy the full package, car, engine, the lot. And we're a bit of a twitch at the top of the spray there, but he's safely through. Up through the it's a wide line at the last corner, but over the top of the hill at 54.26. Again, these are practice runs, so there'll still be some time, I'm sure, in the cars and drivers for later in the afternoon, but they will be trying to assess the conditions. Oh, and a spin there at the top of East Bray for Andrew McCaskill in his first DS. No harm done. Car just spun round, caught the outside grass fares, and the car's just sitting facing down the hill. Looks okay. She was just a push job down. It's a bit exuberant into top East Bray and just flipped it round, so should be okay. Yep, so Marshall's looking over the car, maybe the car should be able to start. His rear wheel is a bit higher. Back, and Will Kerr just push back at Garden Gate into the turn round. The turn round.
I know it was like Top Gear once for Rich Hammond and that, and I had to get a shot of him and just trying to get off the line to get stalling the guy. And I don't think the easiest things to get going. Yeah, you know.
Although I do say they've got launch controls.
Yeah, the launch control stuff.
So no problem really for Andrew McCaskill, safely back down the hill. Will Kerr back down on the line, ready to go. This 700cc class, populated mainly by Suzukis. We just have the Kawasaki engine here of Will Kerr and Ben Hamer, and the BMW engine back of Richard Matosian's Raptor. Though Richard did take a run this morning. No sure if I saw him in the paddock either, so we'll wait to see if he is still here. Richard Summers now pushes to top of the hill in the family DJ. Well, I think I said earlier when Lindsay went up, I said it was Richard, but this is definitely Richard this time. And entry route one of the routes of the field run earlier, or with Robin Wood. This is Anthony. I think I made a little bit of traction difficult to find just the top of East Bray. Nigel Pitfalls in his OMS 3000. And then Dave Tatum will be up after him in the Firehawk. David won the clash yesterday, Dave Tatum. This by 200s from Stu Bickley, who was leading the clash yesterday. And Stu Bickley following David up, doing his bright crescent yellow Porsche TA. Dave Tatum, son of George Tatum, who for many years campaigned a large McLaren M12 Can-Am car. And Dave was out in it the other weekend at Harewood. And had a whale of a time. A super time in his father's old Can-Am McLaren. So David Tatum, what time's he doing this time? 44.28 for Dave Tatum, as against his time just in the 39, so a 5 second Dippins, good quickly up through junction. Running a bit slower than Dave at the moment. These two a close battle yesterday. And yeah, Stuart's lost a bit of time somewhere in the hill today. But he's in the 45s, in the 46s even. 46.53 for Stuart Bickley. So a couple of seconds slower than Dave. Gary Warren now, local Scottish driver in his Empire Evo. Gary Warren time there's a 45.28, so exactly a second slower than Dave Tatham. Lots of practice down between Dave and Stuart Bickley. Now to the Formula 4s, and it's Caroline Ryder. So again, no sign of Jonathan Flesher or Richard Tossian this morning in the practice runs. Maybe a few drivers down today, not fancying the conditions. Especially the rain is getting harder. And Sarah Bosworth follows Caroline Ryder up the hill. And it's Caroline who wins the battle at that run by 0.7 of a second. Andrew Short. Andrew Short, another of our long distance travellers all the way up from Exeter. Again, a Doune convert a few years ago, and comes up here for the championship meeting every year. Aaron Gumley, top of East Bray. I think he may have missed a gear or something there. He did a bit slow at the top of East Bray, but just marginally, and he's on his way. 49.48 for Darren. Schlenker had a drive shaft go in his first run this morning. He'll have that fixed now. In his post TA, similar car to Darren's. We had a drive shaft go yesterday. Mark a bit slower than Darren. A new car for Mark this year. Richard Spedding on the line, ready to go. In the rafter. He'll be followed up by Dave Warburton. Great 6th place for yesterday. Dave Warburton run off. Spedding's really flying up through the junction there. It was really quick up through the avenue of trees. Very neat through East Bray and across the top of the hill. This is a quick run from Richard Spedding, it looks like. Oh yeah, a big pressure in the last corner though. 45.18, which is quicker than Dave Warburton was earlier. Now Dave Warburton. He looks pretty neat and tidy through the hill now. You see the last corner, no problem at all for Dave Warburton. That's a 42.79. That's a great run for Dave Warburton. 42.79. Again, we're still in practice sessions at the moment. Look at the times in that class for that runs we just had. We had a Warburton 42.79, Spedding 45.18, Gumley 49.48, and Alan Warburton 51.20. Andrew Colburn is the next driver on the line, but we've got red flags out because not sure why. Oh, we've got it's Andrew Colburn. Okay, he's turning. He obviously no time coming up. He's got as far as Garden Gate. He's been turned around. Perhaps there's a problem with the timing there because it didn't trigger any movement on the clock. Andrew Colburn is training as Van Diemen, ex-Formula Ireland car, one of the spec formulas where all the cars built are the same, and a large number of single-seater championships today are up to a Formula 2, Formula 3, all run similar, exactly the same chassis, and it's all down to the engineers to tweak things like suspension, aerodynamics, etc. to try and get an advantage. So it does mean that a number of companies specialise in producing spec Formula cars. Van Diemen have produced many in the past, and companies like Dallara and Tatus are the go-to companies these days. Van Diemen are Formula Ireland going back down the hill there to get a rerun, I presume. As I was saying earlier, Dave Warburton is just at 42.7 in practice in what looked like washing conditions, and the quickest time in the over 2 litres so far today has been Wallace Miggy's at 43.88. Now the drivers know it's definitely going to be wet. Yes. And now turning Andrew Colburn. Okay, Andrew Colburn started up again and coming up to the line, and I'll try and look at the tyres that cars are running on. You can imagine most will be running on wet tyres at the moment, these conditions, but let's have a look and see if there are any variations in that. Andrew Colburn leaves the line. And the clock is running this time. Colburn up to top of the hill safely, followed by Nicola Dearden in the Gould Dallara of Andrew Henson. This car always seems to a very narrow car, and the wings always looking enormous compared to the monocoque. Again, an ex-Formula 3 car from 1994, which probably ran with side pods in those days. It had been developed for hill climbing. And latest development done by Gould. So this is the double drivers here for the end of this batch. And Steve Owen is on the hill in the Diamond Andrews OMS 28. And followed by Sean Gould. Now we've seen a time from David Warburton of 42.79. So what's Sean Gould going to be doing in the 4 litre Gould Judd? I think Sean had a bit of an issue getting off the line there, just trying to wheel it forward away this time. 2.59 off the first 64 feet. You can see the difficulty of traction compared to standard times of about 2. So 60 Oak Tree and up towards Garden Gate. This will be the last practice run of the day before the competition runs. The next run will be a qualifier run. 96 miles per hour up to the junction. We're not hanging about. As of course crossing up over the East Brae, which on the camera doesn't look as steep as it actually is. It was 36 through the S's. So he's going to be challenging David Warburton. It's 43.74. That's the quickest time in that. It's just slightly slower than he was. No, that's the quickest time in the big engine class in practice today. Still slightly slower than nearly a second slower than Dave Warburton was. So we now have a course car, and the batch will be turning to the paddock before we have the last batch before lunch. Having a look at something on the barrier down there at Garden Gate. Yeah, so it's probably it's Jim Reid. Jim Reid, chief timer, just checking out his timing equipment. Obviously, there are no times coming through for the Garden Gate timer. So maybe he's just up there checking to see why it wasn't working. Jim Reid does quite a work here on sitting the caravan with the rest of the timing team. Make sure that all the various timing beams are working correctly and times are reported on Results Man. If you want to check out the times in reflection, you can go to the Results Man where you can check the times out live during the meeting, and obviously they stay up there in perpetuity. As you will see, there are times on Results Man going back at least 20 years. Quite useful to check. Oh, Jim now going off at the top of his brain, maybe checking another beam up there. A couple of cars go off in that area. So just before we get down to serious end of business, just making sure everything is working. There are a few timing glitches in the S's, not every time is coming through at those points. I suppose the beams maybe get damp and fogged up, and it's just difficult to record every car's time. Right, watch out, the cars are coming down. Cars just going down past the corner, down the hill. Jim's off the track, taking his instruments as they go past. So, Doune Hillclimb opened in 1968. So we had our 50th anniversary a few years ago. And obviously we've been a HillClimb Championship round here at Doune ever since 1969. So we've had a few missing championship years, meetings for various reasons. One meeting was cancelled because of a tanker driver's strike. Another one, it was so wet before they even got here, it was cancelled before the cars even arrived at the circuit. And looking at the various fastest times of the day over the years, easy to pick out when the circuit was wet, and you see some surprising winners. Alex Summers, who's obviously here competing for the championship, 2015 HillClimb champion. Back in 2013, Alex won both the runoffs on the September meeting, driving a 1.3 supercharged DJ Firehawk Suzuki. First run was a 40.78, the second a 42.30, and currently his record is 34.21. So looking back to that year, it was obviously a wet year. Way back in 1973, so, and I was here, so I remember it. Alex Brown in September, driving a Palliser. The run-off in the September, end of the meeting, I won off 2 chances to set a time, and Alex Brown was double driving with David Fife in the Palliser, and went up and 45.55, which is obviously quite a slow time, and then the rain just threw it down, and that was the fastest time in the run-off, and that was his only ever British run-off win, 45.55. Back in 2003, we had a couple of wet meetings, end of 2003, beginning of 2004. Ben Butterfield, the late Ben Butterfield, in September 2003, won both run-offs in Dallara. I think it might even be the Dallara which Andrew Henson's driving this weekend. The F394 Vauxhall engine. Times of 39 and 44. And the following meeting, Paul Hames won a round also in a Dallara, a 2.5 Opel engine Dallara, and William Tote, diner of Formula 1 cars for various teams, was a 44. And even later on in September, it didn't get any better. Had a Fleetwood at a 43 and a 42. So we've had a few wet meetings through the years. We get interesting winners when that happens. Looking back, we were quite lucky here at Doune. It's probably back to 2016 before our last wet runoff. That was Annan Price won in his Gould Suzuki, 43.14. But the first runoff was obviously dry enough because Scott Moran had a 35.5 to win. But then obviously later on the day, in June 2016, the weather closed in, and Annan was running 7.5 seconds slower than the first runoff win. But apart from that, the last 8 years until today, we've had quite a good run of dry meetings. So Aaron Colburn on the line, son of Andrew. Aaron was actually second in this class in the times runs yesterday, behind Jonathan Varley, who you'll shortly see. So Aaron, this is second, I think maybe second year hill climbing, down in this car, and steadily improving as the car has also been improved. Andrew Henson will follow up in the ex-Butterfield Dallara. Oh, and a big tail slide for Aaron Colburn. Always brave, no issues though. Tires are up to the top of the hill. And that's a really quick run. And quick out the last corner, 44.7. So that was a slide of the corner. A repeat coming on here as well, on screen. Yeah, coming out the last corner, just through there. That is good. No real issues. Bit of exuberance, that's all. And in fact, Aaron was a quicker driver this morning in the first run. 4 seconds quicker than Jonathan Varley. So we'll see what Jonathan does shortly. Andrew Henson has said on the hill. And Jonathan Varley will follow him up. The number of drivers perhaps not taking their practice run this second time around. So Jonathan, the GWR Predator, offers one hour run off here in the hands of Graham White, a different engine in 2008. Something running a Terry Davis V8, 2 motorcycle 4-cylinder engines, common crankcase, and maybe to 13,000 RPM. And that is got a quick run, not quite quick Colborne, but 45.26. Terry Davis now running. We didn't see a run from him earlier, but Terry Davis on the hill, his first TA. None of his first TAs now on the hills in the various classes. We see them here today in 1100cc form and 2 litre form and 1600 form. Paul Pruitt on the Jaguar engined OMS. V6 3-litre Jaguar, which he had in his previous pill beam. Jaguar running in evocative colours of the Jaguar Formula 1 team. Terry coming up, Paul coming up all the way from another of our Cornwall. The shooter was in Devon, the Salt Ash, right in the boundary between Cornwall and Devon. Still a long way, along with Jeff Tremlow, and Ian Tucker's up from Exeter as well, so we welcome these visitors from afar. And they must like it, they keep coming back again. Harry Pick on the hill. The OMS 20, the car with the Cosworth XD. The ex-IndyCar engine without the turbo on it. Used by a number of competitors here. Simon Andrews, similar car, similar engine capacity, but this is another of Terry Davis, another of Terry Davis's engines. So 49.4 for Harry Pick. And Jack Cottrell leaves the line in his Cosworth XD engine Dallara. Disappointed. Disappointed not to qualify for the run-off yesterday, but it's his first time here in this car. Doune can be a daunting place in a new car. Particular conditions are not perfect. Pushing on down the wet, hoping to be able to get a good time in during the class runs that will come. Looks a much neat run. In the last corner and over the finish line of 43. In fact, that's quicker than Sean Gould managed just a short time ago. But surprisingly, as the rain comes down, the cars are getting slightly quicker. More confidence in the tyres they're using, just going to full wets for most of them. Imagine all of them in this class. Dave Duran, again, another disappointed runner yesterday, only 9th in the run-off. Just himself this weekend. Usually shares with Nicola Mingus, but Nicola hurt her hand in an off at Shelsley and will not be back in a couple more weeks. But Dave Duran running herself was a 42. That's the first 42 second run we've seen in that class today. Trevor Willis in the OMS, 3-time Hillclimb champion. And he could be the 42 maybe. It's 43.45 and Will Hall in his Gould 12.59. He will be pulled up by Alex Summers. So these are the quickest cars you'll see all weekend. Good take a Will up to 42, 43 exactly, 43 seconds exactly. So Dave Duran's still the quickest of the runs in this practice session. Alex Summers, who looked like he was heading for the win yesterday afternoon, but just lost a little bit in the last few hundred metres. He's going to be a 41 maybe this one. A 41.75 for Alex Summers. Well, up and quickest of the practice runners this morning. Matt Ryder came back yesterday well after his off his Shelsley, but quicker and quicker through the day. Finished up with a 4th, which he was happy with. It was difficult to get back, I'm sure, for 6-2 Oaks through there. They're pushing on. Always difficult to get back for a little bit of an accident like he had at Shelsley. Even though physically no damage. But just getting back into the car yesterday and he's pushing on with just Wallace Mingus to follow. Matt Ryder. 44 point. Good here from Wallace going round the last corner. He's 59, won't be as quick. I don't think it's Alex. 42.87, so that is the second quickest time of that session. Just an idea of what to expect after lunch. 41.7 from Alex, 42.87 from Wallace. And scores call finishes across the line. I forgot to say yesterday during the runs that George in fact set a new class record for that particular class. So that'll be 1 o'clock, there'll be lunch. And we'll restart at 1 o'clock here at Doune. I'm not sure if we're doing a paddock walkabout in the rain. But we did win yesterday, but we'll see how we feel about getting out and getting ourselves wet. But at the moment, online and here at Doune, that is lunchtime, and we will start the action with the competitive runs, the class runs, the second one for the Scottish runners, and the one and only for the national runners. Will start at 1 o'clock.
think so. Gary's here, so.
Toy allowance is your work related to so she's buying a brand new camera. Sold all those cameras. She's cameras photographic one. It's in the down on the river in Spain, South Africa, and then we had a couple of days in three days in Finland.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Doune Hillclimb. Still sunny here in Scotland, as you can see. Good old Scottish sunshine. Still a bit grey. I don't think it's going to clear enough to dry the track at all. Although the rain may stop, I'm pretty certain the track will still be wet through the afternoon. The programme this afternoon is one set of timed runs for both the Interclub event for the Scottish Championship runners and for the National British Championship runners. And then there will be a further timed run for the Scottish Interclub runners while the cars are prepared for the top 12 runoff, which will be the last event on the programme. We're just waiting for the course cars to get back into position, and the start line marshal will be coming forward to greet the car. Here's the first car coming to the line now. The first car is a short batch of cars for the dual driven cars. The first drivers here of those cars is John Bruce in the MGZR. They've already had one time run, the Scottish runners, today, and currently John is lying third in his class, which is road saloons up to 1400. We did a 62.75 on his first run. This is now his second time run of the day. So John Bruce going across the meadow now, heading up towards Torvies Bray, followed up by Alex Howells, who's come all the way from the south of England for his weekend. He had Forestburn last weekend and indeed at Doune this weekend. John Bruce getting purple times, in fact, and that's a 62.04 for John, so quicker than he was this morning. As you're looking at the screen, ignore what you can see on the screen if you watch it on screen, because the class is currently led by Jody Gordon, who has now appeared as the top two. They're all one class, as far as I'm aware. So Jody Gordon's at a 55.98, which is actually quicker than he was earlier on. That extends his class lead in Class A1. Alex Howell's time was 68.97. And now we've got Vicky Park on the hill. This is Class A3. Balloons over 2 litres in our 1600 turbocharged Mini. Should be the last of the runners in this batch of double driven cars. We have lost from the meeting the Westfield of Rory Matheson and Ben Dixon, who had an engine issue yesterday afternoon. Oh, just looking at a replay there of John Bruce was really close to the barriers, just kind of approaching a junction there on the outside of the track, but he got away with it. It was a good job because his son Ewan is also running the car. So yeah, Vicky Park's time. The Vicky Park's time is a 64.71. So Jody Gordon there, setting down a target for Gary Dixon to try and match. Jody was half a second up on Gary after the first runs. He's now extended that by another. So as I say, these cars running the Scottish Hillclimb Championship. Competition has been going on since 1970. But the current positions this year in this class of A1, the single saloons up to 1400, Gary Dixon has currently won every round in the championship this year. And Jody Gordon and Campbell Gordon actually missed Borisburn last weekend. So John Bruce is second in the class, but fair way behind Gary Dixon, obviously, having won since he's won all those rounds. It's the first 6 rounds this year. We held at Doune twice, 2 at Fintry, 2 at Forestburn, which was last weekend, and then the 7th round was yesterday, 8th round today. John Hamilton in the Mini, the old-fashioned Mini, shall we say, proper Mini. Heading up towards the finish, he'll be followed by Sam Shaw in the Volkswagen Fox. So if you're interested in starting hill climbing, you see you can start in the most basic of cars. We've got a Mini, we've got a Volkswagen Fox, and also coming up behind is a Datsun Cherry. So a few safety features, helmet, cutout switch, and as long as the car meets the MOT standards, you should be able to enter a car into hill climbing. Sam Shaw started hill climbing this year and is hoping to do a Mazda next year. So a time we have for John Hamilton of 69.08. Although the weather looks bad at the moment, most of the cars in this class are actually improving their time from late on this morning. So the way the rain has maybe lessened a little bit. Yeah, that was an improvement of 2 seconds by John Hamilton. And Sam Shaw has just got a 69.01, so that's just slightly slower this morning. Very close to his morning time. Anti Reid, Datsun Cherry. We have got Gary Dixon on the hill now, and he's setting a purple time through junction, which means his fastest in class so far. Talk about yellow times as personal best. Purple times are best in the class, and red times are best overall. Guy now at the top of the hill, going through the last corner. A 54.66 from Gary Dixon, which takes the lead away from Jody Gordon by nearly 1.3 seconds. They have one more run to go after this. to improve their times. Derek Rossi, a couple of bites at the last corner there, but safely through the 52.46. Derek Rossi running on his own in Class A2. And now into the more minis in the BMW minis. This is over 2 litre class. Number 28, Jim Howarth. All the cars in this class are actually forced induction. Simon Rossi, the Vauxhall VXR. Time for Jim Howarth, 64.62. And Simon Rossi followed up by David Reed, which means we're missing Tommy Rapson. So Tommy was second in class morning. And then we got gap there, looks like maybe not running this afternoon. Simon Rossi heading towards the finish, 59.28. David Reed, class leader in the championship, class leader in the division, road division champion winner last year in his Subaru Impreza Flying Haggis sponsorship. He was in a purple, but he's now gone down to just a personal best. So I guess it's slightly slower than this morning, which was a 53.25. That's a 53.66. And he's followed up by Callum Norris in the Silver Riot, running by himself in the small Porsche car class. Callum Norris, 61.52. Through East Bray, leading the Mazda class after the first round of 57.4, getting purple sector at the moment, and yes, it's a 57.13 that increases his lead in that class. Now we've got Ewan Bruce on the line. Ewan running in class J1, new class this year for drivers aged 14 to 16 and 110 brake horsepower or less cars. This is the MGZR. His father's just got up. That's 62.04, which is just quicker than Ewan went in the first round, which is 62.06. Ewan set a new fastest time yesterday, class record. He's only one in the class. But yesterday he set a new class record of 61.92. And he's 62.06 in the wet conditions this morning, so he's setting a purple through junction, so it could be below 62 this time. And he beat his record from yesterday, which would be really good in these conditions. But very close. No, yes, he has done it. 61.82. So another new class record there for Ewan Bruce. 10th of a second less than yesterday. Gary Hills leaves the line. I didn't give you a time for Antti Reid. Antti Reid's time in the Datsun was 66.98. Jenny Hills heading up. Her husband's time was 68.97. And she was at 70.9 this morning, so a couple of seconds to find for Jenny. She's setting a personal best for today at the moment. Through Junction and through the S's. Sorry we know S's camera. Rain affected, I believe. So a couple of cameras missing from our coverage from earlier on. Jenny Howells is going across line at 67.94. He's pips her husband by a second. Ryan Wilson. Carry share with Vicky Park. He was fourth in class after this morning's run. He's followed by Campbell Gordon, father of Jodie, who was fourth also in his class. Both of these cars having their second run of the session. 58.91, Brian Wilson. Improvement and pushing him up above Simon Rossi into third position. Well, Campbell Gordon, who probably the last runner in this batch. Really had Michael King, so Campbell Gordon nearly over the finishing line. You can give the class positions after this run. 62.22. So in that class, so a new class record for Ewan Bruce in J1, 61.82. In class A1, the up to 1400s, again there's one more time run to come. At the moment it's Gary Dixon, 54.66. Jody Gordon, 55.98. John Bruce, 62.04. And Campbell Gordon, 62.22. And the class A3 for over 2 litres. We've still got, we're not seeing Tommy Rapson. Still have Brian Hunter to see, who's in the next batch. But it looks as though there'll be a win for David Reid from 53.25, from Tommy Rapson, 54.04, and Brian Wilson, 58.91. This now batch now returning to the paddock. And we've got a viewer here from Argentina. So hello, welcome from Argentina to this British Hillclimb Championship from here in Doune, Scotland. 9 o'clock there, he says, 9 o'clock in the morning. And a massive shout out as we from Don Roberts to the marshals, guys and girls in orange. No, it's not very pleasant up here, Don, today. And yes, a massive shout out to all the guys and gals in orange who are keeping this meeting running in these terrible conditions. Some have got some kind of shelter, but others are standing basically out on the edge of an open field. So well done to you all. Without you, we wouldn't have these meetings at all. And thank you to Gordon Harrington online for explaining that, yes, if you don't know Doune, the top of East Bray, the right-hand bend, is blind as you go up the hill. But the white lines on the hill are painted there as countdown markers to let you know when you're getting near to the top. It's steeper than it looks on the screen. Many have been caught out by the sharp, not sharp, but the acute turn at the top. So John Welsh is leaving the line. Again, struggling to get the car off the line. Turbocharged power. This is the mark. The road sports over 1700. Two cars in this class. John Welsh in a Westfield, and contrast John Shirley in a Ferrari 355. John having trouble. John Welsh slowly up through the tunnel up towards Junction. And we've still got John Shirley on the line waiting to go. John Welsh look at a better time than earlier, but he had a fairly slow run earlier, 73.3. John Shirley just a bit of a false start there, got his front wheels across the line. And he's away this time though. John Welsh 70.59. There's still a good 6 seconds on John Shirley. First run. Yeah. John Shirley up to the S's, followed by Jim Sugden in his GTM Libra. John Shirley is 66.88. A bit of a... My timing screen has disappeared. I have a different timing screen to the one on the live stream. A bit run wide for Jim Sugden, top of East Bray, just catches the groove at the outside of the track. But the track drops off into the verge. And Jim Sugden top 69.42. Best of the day, followed by Peter Wearing in his Mazda. He's followed by Neil Ross, class leader, by a substantial margin in his Porsche Boxster. Two cars on the hill, and Ian Crawford, we've got 3 cars on the hill now. As Peter Wearing goes through the S's up towards the top of the hill. He was over 80 seconds earlier. He's now down to, he's still over 80. 80.74 for Peter Wearing. And Neil Ross in the Porsche Boxster through the S's, round the last corner. the top at 59.55. Which is actually quicker than his first run by 800ths of a second. So more Mazdas. Ian Crawford, followed up by Neil Goodwood, who's the class record holder. But running fair way off that record today, as you might imagine. And Andrew Grover leaves the line in his silver ride. This time a modified version, more modified than the Callum Norris one we saw earlier. Ian Crawford has just crossed the line. Ian Crawford is 63.53. Time for Neil Goodwood is a 60.34. That's quicker than his time this morning. But still leaves him Scotland's class behind the Kings. All sorted, timing screen back again. So I'll have to go back and give you a few more times. I'll give you Neil Lord, of course, with the 59.55. Ian Crawford, his Mazda was 63.53. Neil Goodwood, 60.34. Andrew Grover in the silver with a 55.23. Then John Ramsey in his Nova, running by himself today with a 54.25. A lot of these times are better than this morning's time, so the track is maybe getting a bit, the rain is still drizzling down. We'll call it a drizzle, it's much mist maybe. After John Ramsey was Charlie Fraser, who 57.07 for Charlie. Did a bit of grass cutting yesterday. Tom Graham in the mega pin. One of two mega pins here. Single seater, 1 litre. And Brian Hunter going back a class or two in his mini. Is the last runner in class A3. Charlie Forsyth, the fastest time of the day yesterday in the Scottish classes, and fastest time earlier on as well. Setting purple sectors at the moment, but time for Brian Hunter will be coming up very shortly. Brian Hunter's time is 63.35. Charlie Forsyth now, yes, a doggy spray, a little bit of a tail wag. Getting fastest time in the Scottish runners the day so far, so he has improved his time from this morning, 50.69. Tom Graham's time was 66.20. Leslie Schooler pulled up by Stephen Bryant in the Ford Falcon. Bit of a contrast between a little MG midget and this wide, shall we say, Ford Falcon of Stephen Bryant. This Falcon really does fill the track. Very well behaved. Stephen Bryant is very well up through junction. Time for Leslie Schooler, 72.24. Stephen Bryant was leading the class by nearly 10 seconds after the first runs, and he's followed up by Jim Brown in the Riley 1.5. 62.73 for Stephen Bryant extends that lead. Jim Brown, the Riley 1.5. May seem a strange and unusual motor car for racing, but the first year of the British Hillclimb Championship, the 850s, the two drivers were tied for top position, Tommy Sopwith and Jack Sears, and they couldn't be separated. They had a couple of 5-lap runoff races at Brands Hatch in Riley 1.5s, and Jack Sears was the winner on that occasion. So a mark and make of car model with a racing history. Unusual though it may seem. Time for Jim Brown, 73.47. We're coming to the end of these Scottish runners. Got Albiston's immaculate BT38 Brabham. Only runner in the class, as regular rival George Cohill is running in the national classes today. And then we have Jim King in the Mazda, already seen in the hands of Michael. Donald Albiston, 63.96. That's a good improvement from his first run. So Jim King in the Mazda. And then we have on the line the first of our national runners. This is their only timed run of the day. So this is the first runner in the National British Championship and also the British Hillclimb Cup. So this is the first qualifying run for the 12 runoff. Stephen Darley in the Subaru Legacy. Through Garden Gate. Time yesterday, dry, 47.61. Is forward for today. He wins the class. Championship points the British Hillclimb Cup are given to each of the individual runs. Stephen over the line now at a 51.20 to set a target for co-driver David Bradley and the rest of the class to aim at. And it's also the first qualifying time for the British Championship runoff. Now the last car in this batch, the second of our national runner, double drivers John McQuillan in the Radical SR1, paired with Mike West. Transferred from a Fisher Fury, front engine Fisher Fury last year, which had a few reliability problems, to a much more reliable and well set up Radical. Produced in the hundreds by the Radical company, various formats, all with motorbike engines. 59.19 for John McQuillan. 59.19. So that's the end of that batch, and we can now review the Scottish times at the moment. They will have another run after this set of time runs, the Scottish runners, a third run for the top 12 runoff, which will give the drivers and runners in the top 12 time to prepare their cars for that final event of the day. So picking up in the A3 road sloughs over 2 litres. We just had Brian Hunter putting in a run there, but that didn't affect the top 3, so it's still David Reid from Tommy Rapson and Brian Wilson. Callum Norris was running himself in Class A4. John Shirley is in the lead in Class A6 based on his first run time, which was 64.57, ahead of John Welsh, 70.59. In the Mark Roads Course cars, Neil Ross keeping a large lead there, 58.55 over Jim Sugden, 69.42, and Peter Weering, 80.62. And the Mazda's Jim King's time was a 58.23 that run, which leaves him in second place, second behind Bud Michael, ahead of Neil Girdwood and Ian Crawford. Andrew Grover by himself in Class B4. Class B6 runners running today, Class C0, John Ramsey improving his time there. And Class C3 Charlie Fraser taking 3 seconds off his time in the Spire to improve his time to 57.07. In the single seaters, Charlie Forsyth 50.69, and fastest time of the day so far in the Scottish runners, we have Tom Graham 66.2. Stephen Bryant continues to lead in the Classic Thoroughbred Road cars, ahead of Headline Schooler with Jim Brown's third. All of them improving their times, and that leaves John Ulverston to be beating himself up in Class D3. So without further ado, on to the National Championship classes. Each class aiming for points towards the British Hillclimb Cup. Number of classes running with just one entrant today, so unfortunately that means the drivers will only get 4 points if they get to the top of the hill. Winning the class normally, if it's more than 4 runners, gives you 9 points, 9, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the old Formula 1 numbers, and I think that's right. Minor details different, but certainly you get 9 points for in the class, an extra point if you break a record. No records broken today. John Langmaid, another of our long distance visitors from Devon, golf professional, and took up with this Elise a couple of years ago, and has been setting a number of records around the country. And he finishes 58.04, which will give him his 4 points. John Pick also running by himself. All the runners in Class A2 and A3. We had Art Lawrence and Robbie Biddle in A2 and Chris Beresford in A3. None of them able to come after all. And John Pick in the Mortaya 2.3 litre Subaru engine, 4-wheel drive. Basically is Pretzer with a sports car body, 54.99. Now we're on to class, the Imps class, or the saloons up to 400cc. The class record held by Gavin Neat in a Peugeot 106. And we have 2 Imps here today, Mark Maynard in his 1120 and the much more modified 998 turbocharged version of Eric Morey, who currently leads the class by about 10 seconds. And obviously that lead will stay with the conditions being worse today. Mark Maynard, 64.02. 64.02 for Mark Maynard. Eric Morey, the 56.69. So it's a 6 points for Eric Morey for that, and 1 for Mark Maynard for coming second. Alan Reid in the family Peugeot 205, upholding family honour today. Stu Reid, who is the class record holder, is weight watched the football, I believe, this week. So he's missing out on getting points for the British Hillclimb Cup, and John Ramsey will be hoping to take advantage of that absence. Alan Reid's time 55.43. Doc won the class yesterday. And you know, we can guarantee Jock will stay off. Jock will stay off the grass because that's what he does for a living, amongst other things. He keeps the grass trim here at Doune. He won't want to mess up his finely manicured turf. It's a 53.59, and he takes the class ahead of Alan Reid. Jonathan Williamson in this well-campaigned Carrera Porsche. Here's a share of Laura Wardle. I'm sure Laura's watching at home, nursing a broken arm. Hope that gets better soon, Laura, and we'll see you back on the hills. You've been sharing the car for over 30 years, or maybe it's over 40, but certainly a lot of years. And Jonathan made a long trip up from his home down south to Taunton, to one of his favourite hills. This time is 60.71. Andrew Norris and David Bradley. So Andrew Norris from the other Porsche in towards the top of the hill. David Bradley in the Subaru Legacy. They were hoping to have a go at the record yesterday. Conditions kind of spoiled that. So Damon's got to challenge Stephen Daly's time, but he's not doing that at the moment. Time for Andrew Norris was 58.26. Do some technical class at the moment. It's David Bradley. We're looking to beat 51.2, but not going to be done. 51.87, but a 1-2 for the Legacy. Last runner in the class, Jeff Tremlow from Cornwall, and his number 80, Subaru Impreza. Jeff, a loyal attendee here at Doune. I can hear Duncan Barnes' Honda popping and banging outside my commentary booth, but here we have, before he comes, Jeff Tremlett is a 64.76. And we've got Mike West. No sign of Stuart Dow in his Caterham today. We're on to the sports labelled up to 2 litre class, and Mike West in the shared Radical is a 60.20. In fact, that means that John McClone beat his co-driver today, reversing yesterday's positions. No Matthew Price today, who was third in the class yesterday, instead of Alan McDonald. His tail out at the top of East Bray for Alan. He's got misty camera. There's no mist at the edges, it's just the camera fogging up. Alan McDonald over the line, 53.39. So he leads the class, because Brian Beverley will follow Duncan Barnes Duncan in the Honda engine Norma, running by himself in Class G. Duncan, a member of Hills Wallace Mingy, prepare his single-seater. Also a clerk of the course down at Gershon Down on occasions. But runs this Norma to a 50.30. Brian Beverley now. He's going to try and aim for Al McDonald's time. Oh, Brian Beverley needs to beat 53.39. That's a 50.89 for Brian Beverley. Ben Hamer, single-seater Kawasaki turbo engine, OMS 28. Numbers in the program are wrong. Ben, yeah, big tail out issue at the Corvette brake. Ben and Will share the car as usual. 48.68 for Ben Hamer. We have no idea what the times will be in these. I think it's the classic Lindsay Summers. In the DJ, the family DJ Firehawk. He's been seen in Alex's DJ Firestorm on occasion, and also Alex's own self-built A4T, I think it's called. And also something shares a Formula Ford Van Diemen with Tara Bosworth. So Lindsay Summers 57.36. Robin Wood had an off this morning at Top Hill, or was it his other co-driver? Yeah, the Robin, one of the Woods went off at this point, Top Beach Bray earlier on. Kirsten Dodd follows him up in the Harriet Van Diemen, sharing with Hugh Ryder. That's a great time for Brian Beverley to beat Alan McDonald in that sports car class by well over two and a half seconds, really. Robin Wood's time is a 51.97. And Kirsten Dodd is followed up by Paul Jones. And the Postier and Alan Warburton in the Gould. His son David has been starring this weekend. Kirsten Dodd's time 60.11. Alan Warburton. Will we see Steve Marr? Is the question. Alan Warburton has just left the line. And Steve Marr is coming up to the line now. Steve Marr sharing Richard Spedding's GWR Raptor. S's. Steve Marr leads the line. Now that pass Oak Street up towards Garden Gate for Steve Marr. Alan Warburton 51.02. So the time for Paul Jones was 53.65. Steve Marr, and the only Raptor actually here now this weekend. Richard Bertossian took his Raptor home at lunchtime. He's not been out today. And Simon Mackay's Raptor issue, well, it's a big issue at Forestburn last weekend. And going to be repaired. And the Stuart Sugden's Raptor is being fitted with turbocharged engine, I believe, this year. And it's not quite yet ready as far as we're aware. Time for Steve Marr, 53.88. So that's the end of that batch.
So the last time we were here, the people that lived in the grounds up there had to stop.
And that looks like the timekeeper. Them go up the hill. A few issues with the timing beams as well. We are losing. I mean, they're not critical to the final time of the runs, but they're very useful information for drivers and for us as well in the commentary box. I think Jim is up checking out the Garden Gate. I did the Garden Gate beam earlier, still not working. Now we're going to look at the speed trap, I think, at the top of the tunnel. You should put your jacket on, Jim, I think. He's up there, looks like he's up there, t-shirt. He's going back to the car, maybe just put another layer on. It's a bit wet still. So at the end of those batches of cars, what have we got? So in one A1, Jonathan Langmead, B, John Pick, winning the respective classes unopposed. In C1 is Eric Morey, ahead of Mark Maynard, and in C2, Jock Ramsey beating Alan Reid. T3 at the end of the run, there's 5 cars in that class. Stephen Darley wins class today, as he did yesterday. Damien Bradley second, Andrew Norris third. Jonathan Williamson gets fourth today. Header Jeff Twemlow, which reverses yesterday's positions. So Jeff is a bit slower in the wet. I haven't seen Stuart Dow today at all in the modified special. He wasn't in practice this morning either, so yes, he is not here any longer for today's meeting. The small scores labour class, which is a good win there for Brian Beverley, the 50.89 from Alan McDonald, 53.39. And John McQuillan getting third, ahead of his co-driver Mike West. Duncan Barnes winning his class himself, and that's the last full class we have. Ahead of the single seaters. So the quickest time overall at this early stage before the bulk of the single seaters, quickest at the moment is Ben Hamers on a 48.68. Ahead of Duncan Barnes a 50.3. And Brian Beverley 50.89. Obviously large number of cars still to come. Vast majority of them, in fact, who are eligible to qualify for championship runoff. The next car we expect to see is Legend Sheridan in the racing cars up to 1100 cc's. Leslie Sheridan on the line and away. Leslie at 903 Reynard. Peak the engine. There we go, time for Garden Gate. So and a speed time at the well done to Jim, timekeeper, with his happy hammer. Jim and his hammer fix all the timekeeping problems. And Leslie Sheridan heading to the top of the hill, followed by Rory Seaton. Rory Seaton up through tunnel in the mega pin 9. Time for Leslie Sheridan 54.80. He's not registered for either the championship or the cup. Neither is Rory Seaton nor Andrew McCaskill. 54.8 for Leslie Sheridan. This Rory's car, the mega pin, is for sale in the paddock if you want to go and see it. £8,000. All in. 55.74 for Rory. Andrew McCaskill in the Force TS. Flipped the first apex at the meadow. Usually threw in a bit of a spin in his early practice run. Will Kerr in the current leading OMS of Doune by Ben Hamer. Andrew Caskell 55.77, so a close battle there with Rory Seaton. Will Kerr followed up by Richard Summers. We've seen these cars before. I don't think we've got Jonathan Fletcher today. The next car after Richard Summers is going to be Anthony Wood. And a number of these cars, HillClimb cars, you'll have seen before, maybe with different drivers. So the McCaskill car is the ex-Costrol car, and this Anthony Wood's car is the ex-Martin Jones car. Summers 49.10. So good by Will Kerr 46.82 is the current leading time. Nigel Pitt, OMS 3000. Anthony Wood's time 51.31. Nigel Pitt will be followed by David Tatham because Richard Torsian is not here this afternoon. Nigel Pitt followed by David Tatham in the Firehawk. Dave qualified for the runoff, finished 11th yesterday. A quick driver in this Firehawk. Newly for him a couple of years in the last season, had an OMS Hornet before that. Really good line, tight line to the apices in the meadow. Time for Nigel Pitt 49.29. Dave Tatham is a 42.57. A substantially quickest in the class by over 4 seconds. The moment, but Stuart Bickley now, who also qualified for the runoff yesterday, finished 12th after the moment at the top of East Grey. Most of the barriers there out of tunnel, and a wee bit wide at junction, but he's pushing on now. Off at the top of East Grey in the runoff yesterday, but really good through there today. This is a quick time for Stuart. 41.84 takes the class lead. Final run in this class is Gary Warren. Probably the quickest car in the Scottish Championship. So Gary Warren is heading up, and look at the quickest in class. It's a 44.15. So just third in class there for Gary Warren. Now down to Formula 4, it's Caroline Ryder, mother of Matt, his father and Caroline's father Ken Ayres. Ken Ayres was also a fast hill climber and sprinter. He's a sprint champion in cars, not on the track. But yeah, Caroline Ryder, Ken Ayres was a sprint champion. And she's up to top of the hill, followed by Sarah Bosworth and her Van Diemen. Time for Caroline Ryder, 56.07. And she was second to class to Sarah yesterday, so is it going to be the same again today? The Bosworth followed up by Andrew Short in his OMS. The Bosworth's time coming through now will be a 55.82, so she just does pip Caroline to the class win again. Now moving on to racing cars up to 1600. Andrew Short in the OMS CF07, number 5 on top, 2007 model year. And Darren Gumblin, his Porsche TA. 54.55 for Andrew Short. Dan Gumley didn't take a run yesterday because his drive shaft broke as he warmed the tyres up. 4 points for Dan yesterday. He has qualified for a number of runoffs in the British Championship in the past. Variety of cars. 46.57 for Darren. Oh, and a big spin for Mark Schlenker coming out of Garden Gate. So he's taken the nose off and the rear wing. And so Mark Schlenker now just out of Garden Gate. Driver's fine, getting out of the car. And he's spun right around. He must have probably caught the inside of the Garden Gate barrier. Didn't quite see that on screen. So Mark Schlenker, a failed run there, and he's had a difficult weekend and a drive shaft failed in practice this morning in this fourth TA. So hopefully he's now pointing downhill, so hopefully the tow truck will be able to get a good tow and get him down. The wheels are still all pointing, I think, in the right directions. Just the front and the back. And actually, it looks like he's running on intermediates rather than wets. Just have a quick look. It looks like intermediates, but maybe it's just the camera. It's not. But Mark, have a quick look at the back there. He picked up a large lump of, must be his rear wing actually. His rear. That's the rear element of his wing he's carrying in his hand. I believe. But the tow truck has arrived because there's the driver coming up, so we shouldn't be too long getting this car. Ambulance has arrived, but his driver's fine. Just a little bit of time to get the car down there. There's a replay, see what he did. He's okay as we come no tree to Garden Gate, and yes, he just catches, I think, the inside edge. Just turned in too tight at Garden Gate. Maybe got a bit more grip than he expected. And he just caught the front corner. Surprisingly little damage from what I can see, but hopefully maybe the front left is slightly kinked. But it looks like maybe trying to just push him down the hill. We'll see. Anyway, slight break here now, and let's go back and look at the times in the 1100cc class, which today has been won by Stuart Bickley, the 41.84 from Dave Tatham of 42.57. Third is Gary Warren, 44.15. And fourth is Will Kerr, 46.82. Fifth is Will Kerr's co-driver Ben Hamer. Sixth is Nigel Pitt. No, sixth is Richard Summers. Seventh is Nigel Pitt. Eighth is Anthony Wood. Ninth is Robin Wood. We got these right. 10th is Leslie Sheridan. 11th, Rory Seaton. 12th, Andrew McCaskill. 13th, Lindsay Summers. So we have to wait and see whether Stuart, Bickley, David Tatham times are good enough to qualify for the runoff again as they were yesterday.
I'll just take his nose off him, he'll probably roll down.
I think at the moment they're just trying to take the nose cone off the car to try and make sure they can get it onto the back of the tow truck. These low slung noses do tend to get caught up when they on a wheel to tow. Yep, confirmed there by Tim Thompson, taking the nose off the car, and just only one post required and looked at for the barrier. I don't know how much nose cones cost in a force. I know that for the Goulds that we have seen, the nose for the Goulds can cost a fair few £1,000s.
Yes, please.
So, Art Schlanker back in the car with helmet and gloves on, as is required these days. One of the days when you would see the top 12 drivers coming down after their runs, helmets off, waving to the crowd. You know what they looked like in those days? Nowadays it's quite difficult unless you go to the paddock and see them stand next to their car. Who are you actually talking to? Medic just checking that he's okay, and he says yes. They've got to get the car down past the rescue vehicles. Which way? Let's see what's on the chat on this wet afternoon. Well, there's a red flag on the hill. Somebody remembering Brian Beverley in his Avenger, wondering if he still uses the clutch like he didn't do when he raced his Hillman Avenger. And I remember that car racing at Ingolstadt, hill climbing. Yes, it is very greasy out there today. And hello again from Argentina. Somebody said I can hear raindrops hitting the mic. Well, it's not my mic because I'm inside, but yes, there are raindrops probably hitting the camera mics. And somebody else reminiscing about the days of the Hillman Imps, or 1,000cc special saloons. Barrigal Angus, who of course was a British Hillclimb Leaders Champion at least once, in his Sunbeam Stiletto, which is basically a BMW engine in the back of it. Before that I had an imp, Jimmy Jack, George Covell, Ricky Gold, all from the north part of Scotland, where they seem to breed imp drivers. And also Harry Simpson, the Edinburgh Butcher, who had a very fast imp and Davrain. And then had Classic Janetta, which he climbed at classic meetings like Doune. So actually you have to brush down to push Mark Schlanker with quite enough momentum to get past Oak Tree. Quite flat this bottom part of the Doune Hill climb. You got through Garngate okay, then really ran out of momentum without the power of the engine. Get down. Get down the rest of the way. Oh yes, so we should hopefully get the fence checked out and get all the vehicles off the hill. Carry on with the rest of the classes. The fencing lorry moving off, the British Motorsport Marshals Club ambulance. We'll go up and they'll turn round and get back down to their positions at the bottom of the hill. Is there a... Oh, we've got a traffic jam on the hill here. We've got the tow truck who just happened to meet the fencing lorry. Light communication issue there. But that's a very quick reverse in the tow truck, must say. Yep, here we go. Okay, up to junction, and we'll do a quick U-turn, and then always get up on our way. Started again. And give a hand out to the pushers here, pushing Mark's car down to the bottom. They should be okay from about there, where they are now. The hill drops away now, should be able to roll the rest of the way. And they're keeping pushing. And there he goes. Just a new nose required, a new wing at the front. And there's a pusher now getting back down to the hill, and we're still just waiting for the rescue vehicles. Scottish Motorsport Marshals Club, formed in the early 1970s, provide a marshalling service for all the various motorsports events in Scotland. We used to go out to rallies all over the country, Ingliston Racing Circuit, Doune Hill Climb, other hill climbs. There was always something on almost every weekend of the year when the marshal was called on to help. And quite often it was like days like today. But you got used to it. Bringing your socks and trousers out. So a big hand again to all the marshals for the work in today's conditions and at all our meetings. If you want to get involved in marshalling, then there's no reason why you shouldn't do that. You can get involved by coming down as you pass through, if you're in the hill, as you pass through the secretary's office, through the shed on the way down, just ask to talk to any people here that will direct you towards the marshalling van. And if you want to put your name to volunteer as a marshal, you're provided with full training, and you'll be able to get close to the action and get involved in delivering motorsport in Scotland and also elsewhere in the UK, because SMMC do get called out to other events in other parts of the UK. So if you want to become a marshal, now's your chance. to go and talk to somebody and find out all about it. Or go check out their website. Which was from Scottish Motorsport Marshal. I'm not sure the exact address, but I'm sure if you type in Scottish Motorsport Marshal to get to the right website and have a look at what they do on there. They've now been going for over 50 years, providing a service to Scottish and British motorsport. Comes now, followed by David Warburton. So the two quickest cars in the class. Bedding second yesterday in the class run, Warburton first. And we had a top 10 positions yesterday. Bedding was 8th in the end of the day and Warburton was 6th. Geneva after 2, Richard Spedding, and he's stalled it. Don't go very far, so he's got lined up again. And he's ready to go now. And he's away. Up towards Garden Gate. He's safely through Garden Gate, up through the tunnel. As we go through that, you can see the cars go through the tunnel. They seem to run wide. Bit of a twitch going into junction, but you should be fastest time of the day at the moment. You should be picking that up from Stuart Bickley. 41.84 with the fastest time so far. Or 42.84 for Richard Spedding, so not quite as quick as Stuart Bickley in the 1 litre car. And in fact also behind David Tatham. So maybe the weight put him off a little bit, but David Warburton now looking for 41 second run. 41.66 for David Warburton. So that now is the fastest time, fastest qualifying run. And Andrew Colburn all driving with his son Aaron, followed by Nicola Dearden. Nicola is going quite slowly up here through Meadow at the moment. Hope the car's okay. There's the Portuguese Bray. Bit of a time now for Andrew Colburn is a 57.29. And going back actually to the previous class, I didn't give you Darren Gumbley's time, which is a 46.57 for Darren Gumbley. Terry Davis has just been pushed back. So maybe a problem with Terry Davis's car. He had an issue, I think, this morning. We didn't see Tricia this morning. So this should be Tricia Davis, actually, not Terry, on the line there. We should be expecting 7:30, Tricia Davis. And now we've got Steve Owen on the line. Nicola Dearden's time was 87.76. Steve Owen sharing Simon Andrews's OS 28. He'll be followed up by Sean Gould, who should set the quickest time so far today. Let's see, the quickest time at the moment is David Warburton, 41.66. Sounds as though Sean again an issue with getting it off the line, but restarts the car and is set to leave. Popping and banging a bit there. And away this time, 2.39, 64 foot. Steve Owen's time 47.13. He was a regular here at Doune. Over 60 consecutive meetings, I believe. Championship meetings he's been at. So Steve Owen's time 47.13. Sean Gould. There should be, and he gets it under 40 seconds. It's 41.66 at the moment. The worst thing of the day. Quite wide the last corner, but it's just over, what's it, 41.36, so not quite under 40, but still the fastest time so far. That's Tricia Davis leaving the line. It was Trish Davis waiting to go. 11:30. 48 with one of Terry's motorcycle-based V8s in the back. Trish safe around the last corner, over the finish line, they were 55.96 for Trish Davis. And that will be the end of that batch. And we have one more batch to go, and then we have the Scottish Championship runners having their final timed run of the day, and then we have the top 12 runoff, so don't go away. We will be here back in action again very shortly. Yeah, a question online in the chat about wearing a helmet to go downhill from Ian Ray, I think that one's from. No, I'm not sure when that happened, Ian. Certainly a good few years now. It's all about safety, presumably. You might have an accident on the way down the hill. You've got to put a helmet on, gloves on, straps on, hands device linked up, basically as if you're going up the hill. But it does mean that you no longer see drivers come down the hill with the helmet on the top of the roll bar and smiling and waving and going off, which we know what they look like. So these days you have no idea who's under the helmet until you get back to the paddock. And it's a bit of a shame, really. It's always good to get interaction between the drivers and the crowd on the way back down the hill, especially if they won their class or win a run-off. But these days, obviously, safety is the main thing, and yes, they have to wear their helmet. And yes, Ian Ray, I believe that's Motorworks or Motorworks, being, if I'm correct, is the man behind a number of the forums on Facebook groups, Ingliston fans, etc. And well done to Ian for setting up those groups. The Ingliston one's particularly fascinating for me, as being a regular attender when it first opened back in the 60s and 70s. And the heritage of motor racing in Scotland is great. I mean, there's a long history of motor racing in Scotland. I'm not going to go back as far as Turnberry. I never was at Turnberry back in the 50s, but we've had Turnberry, we had Linfield, we had Charter Hall, the Borders, Trimond, near Aberdeen, and obviously the hillclimbs that rest to be thankful, which was a bounding hill climb in the British Championship and went on to 1966. We've had Doune, Rumster, Fintry, now we have Forestburn. Other hill climbs you might remember, Durras, High Aldgirth, Strathclyde Park, which wasn't so much of a hill, it was slightly uphill. So a whole history of motor racing in Scotland, and we need to keep hold of that and make sure that people remember it. After all, not many countries of our size have 2 world champions to their name. That's for the 1 world champion, of course, I'm talking about. There are a number of websites to look at and Facebook groups in particular. On Facebook, if you're into Facebook, just to have a look and read information on sites about Ingliston, about Knockhill, about Northern, I think Highlanders in Motorsport, another one, a group up there, Scottish Sprinting and Hill Climbing. So lots of information out there on the internet about motor racing and motorsport in Scotland. But don't forget the motorbikes, who this weekend are having a fun weekend, I'm sure, in Knockhill, the British Superbike Championship. You must be loving this weather. Obviously other circuits in Scotland for motorbikes, Beveridge Park in Kirkcaldy. I'm sure I've raised a lot of memories for some of the older members of the crowd here, or in the paddock. I don't think you can hear me in the paddock actually. Fairly poor commentary in the paddock. But for those online, share your memories of Scottish motorsport on the chat. So that should be all the cars back down. We should be waiting now for, well, there should be either Terry Davis or Aaron Colborne. Ian Tucker, I know, has gone home. He's not racing this afternoon. There's one less driver in the 2 litre class. So we've got 3 double drivers actually waiting for Terry Davis, Aaron Colborne, Andrew Henson, and then Jonathan Varley in the Predator. Then we're into the big single-seater class. We've got 9 qualifying drivers, and we've got 11 more people with a chance of qualifying for the run still to come. One driver I met in the paddock at lunchtime was Douglas Thompson, one of the top drivers in Scottish motorsport many years ago. It's a number of single-seaters, and his brother and sister were also involved in motorsport. Douglas was raced at Formula Atlantic, Chevrons, GRDs, competed here at the HillClimbs. And also Douglas hill-climbed a Motus go-kart, well, not quite a go-kart because I had a little bit of suspension, I believe, and you have to have a little bit of suspension to be a racing car. But yeah, Douglas hill-climbed a Motus, and has also recently shared David Seaton's pull beam. And I say I saw him in the paddock today, and hopefully he's still here and enjoying the competition. So just an announcement from Tim Thompson to remind if there's any interclub drivers on the hill, up the hill spectating, you will get another timed run after the end of this batch of drivers, which will be your third Scottish Championship run. Try and improve your time from the first two. As with all runs, it's of course optional, but if you want another run up the hill, please be ready to come after this batch of cars has finished. We're still waiting for the first of them to appear. Unfortunately, the cameras don't show the changeover paddock. It's hidden behind the trees. Oh, and here one. Okay, we've got one coming. And it's Aaron Colborne. Alan Corbin, the Van Diemen. Yeah, a good time yesterday in that class. Was second in class yesterday. Not registered for the championship though. Although he is for the HillClimb Cup, but not registered for the championship, so we won't qualify for a top 12 runoff. And Aaron leaves the line. A bit heavier than the usual HillClimb cars. It's a circuit racer, so still get some of the circuit racer disadvantages. Oh, and very wide at junction, just makes it round, nearly ran into the escape road. Very tight line at the Meadow and at East Bray, and he's off onto the grass at the top of East Bray. Back line again. A bit of sweeping to be done, I think. Back through the edge is okay, and round the last corner, but an exciting run there from Aaron Colborne. They've the top 46.64, but obviously pushing that really hard. Trying to keep in contention for the class win. And he still is leading the class at the moment. As Andrew Henson goes up in his Gold Dallara, he is registered for the championship. There's a chance now for Andrew to get above Aaron to take second in class. I'm expecting Jonathan Barley probably to win the class. Pretty successfully, but look at Andrew Henson doing. No, he's slower than Aaron Colborne already. A 50.99 for Andrew Henson. Jonathan Barley, the Predator. So quick, visibly quicker through the meadow, and the other car through the mist of the camera at the S's and up to the top corner. We have 42 run, is it? Well, just over 43.65, but easily takes the class. As Terry Davis now lines up, last runner in this class. Lots of revs away from the line. So Terry Davis leaves the line. Paul Croot in the Jaguar. Oh, Terry Davis is up the top of East Bray. Paul Croot in the Jaguar leaves the line. Jaguar engine OMS leaves the line. So the next of the big runners is Terry Davis' last car in the 2 litre class. That's a 52.61 for him. Paul Croot followed up by Harry Pick and Simon Andrews waiting on the line. So 3 OMS 28s in a row for you to appreciate. Steve Owen, who's already been up, the builder of these cars. And the 28 appearing in a number of different bigger engines and the 100cc class as well. Harry Pick up over the finish line of 48.27. Sorry, Paul Croot's time, I didn't give you. Paul Croot's time was 58.52. Andrews, followed by Jack Coswell. Can Jack qualify for this runoff today? Opening bang as Jack leaves the line in the Cosworth powered Alara. Simon Andrews rumbled the curve a little bit, 52.1 for Simon Andrews. With Jack Coswell, followed by Dave Duran. Is in the 42s, 42.49. Will that get him into the runoff? Dave Duran. Followed by Trevor Willis. All these cars, single digit numbers, so the top 10 of the championship last year, all looking to fight for today's. They ran this car, which set fast the times of day, the hands of Barton Groves here, nearly 20 years ago. 42.33 for Dave Duran. So in fact, at the moment, we've still got Sean Gould as the fastest qualifier ahead of David Warburton. Trevor Willis, followed by Will Hall. 5 still to go. .48 for Trevor Willis, that's just 100th quicker than Jack Cottrell. Alex Summer leaves the line. Second in the runoff yesterday. goes into 41s, 41.52 for Will Hall. That goes second quickest. Behind Sean Gould. Beautiful line through the tight line through the meadow from Alex Summers. And again through East Bay. That car's just like so settled in the middle of the road. Good line through. It's about 39 maybe. No, 40.32. So that's now the quickest time of this run. Top qualifier at the moment, Alex Summers. Matthew Ryder. Again, as Sean Gould had, a bit difficulty getting the car off the line. But he relined again. And he's now cut out, so I knew this yesterday. He was pulled by going to keep the revs up. Again. Right, so an issue here with Matthew's car. I presume they'll come up and try and no, going again. There's no limit as far as how many times you can try and start the car. Keep the reds, as long as both ways away this time. Yes, it'll be 2.63, so yes. Something's fallen off. Or just a little thing fell off the back of the car there, but it's a bit might have actually been the number. Bit of sticky tape covering the number. Fell off, but yes, 96 miles per hour. So a bit down some other runners up to the junction. Will be a safe qualifying run, I'm sure. Very straight line through the S's. Last corner, it's going to be the 42s. 42.64, that should be a qualification run. And now the last runner of the class. Wallace Ming's been held because of the issue been asked about Matt Ryder's car. Whether there is fluid on the track. So they're just having a holding Wallace at the moment to check. Oh, a little thing fall off the car just at the first corner. I thought it was just a piece of sticky tape perhaps. Well, it's on its way up through Garden Gate, up through the tunnel. And it's 99 miles per hour. So a safe qualifying run is on the cards here. Up over the top of East Bray. Yeah, slight tail waggle, but nothing major. Through the S's, last corner, and over the line is a 41.24, which I think is actually second fastest qualifier at the moment, and in fact that's all the qualification runs done. And the Tippett in the Brabham BT30. By BT30X, followed up by George Cohill in the Chevron for the two classic racing cars. Interesting sideline about the Andy Tippett Brabham. If you actually go and look at it, you'll find at the top of the suspension arms there are holes on either side, front and rear, because the car was used back in the day for Brabham when they were testing front and rear wings in the days of the high wings. 57, 68, Brabham used the Brabham GT30X chassis to test the effect of those wings, and that's why if you look closely at the suspension you can still see the holes which you used to mount those wings under high holes during the testing period. And the car obviously has also won top 10 runners at this hill in the past, as George Cole across the line 51.94. Andrew Tippett's time 64.13, and George Cohill's time 51.94. Let's now go back and we're on to the Scottish Interclub runners having their last run of the day, their run positions and the championship points. The best of the three runs, the one that counts. So the first run is John Bruce in the ZR. We've got four double driven cars first of all in the single seaters, and these cars will come down, and the next batch of Scottish cars will give the single seater drivers time to get their car prepared, ready for the runoff to come. John Bruce followed by Alex Howells. John Bruce third in class at the moment. Long way back from Ray Dixon and Jody Gordon. 61.73 for John Bruce is his quickest of the day. But leaves him at the moment in third place. Alex Howells in the Imp is followed up by Jody Gordon. Alex Howells currently lying 8th in class probably. 7th or 8th. Jody Gordon lying second. Final run of this batch is Vicky Park from Class A3 in the Mini Cooper S. Alex Howells 68.91. That's his quickest by 600th of a second. Jody Gordon needs a 54 to go ahead of Gary Dixon. Oh, 56.07, just a bit wild in the last corner there as it lift off. I think to avoid hitting the barrier on the outside of the last corner. But that's not as quickest of the day. 55.98 remains his quickest, and he should in fact finish second in class on that time. Vicky Park now, quick dab of the brakes across the meadow. Number 727 Vicky Park, her last run of the weekend. As a 63.62. In fact, our morning run was the quickest of her runs today. 62.56. So that's that batch done. We've had the top single seaters. We've had all the qualifiers for the top 10 runoff, top 12 runoff, sorry. And we'll soon be able to tell you who those qualifiers might be. So here we are now into the second batch of cars for the British Interclub runners. for their third run is John Hamilton in the Mini. Best time so far 69.08. John Hamilton to the finish in 67.51. We've got a problem with Sam Shaw. He's stopped. He's been stopped, rather, perhaps, at the tunnel. I'm not sure what's happening here. John Hamilton, 67.51, got to the top of the hill. I'm sure has always been red flagged. Perhaps it was an incident that we missed. So we think there was something on the track that that caused that red flag for Sam Shaw. So we'll be coming back down now to have a rerun. So Sam Shaw back at the start line there, ready for his rerun. It was quite strange what he found on the track on hill climbs. Just been reminded that pedals can be an issue in some places. But the car is online ready to go, so Sam Shaw ready for his last run of the weekend. In this unusual Volkswagen Fox, and he's away, usually off the line. So Sam Shaw, he's followed up by Andrew Reid in the Datsun Cherry. So, best time of it so far is 68.76. One of the few drivers not to improve on his second run. And to read followed up by Jim Howe from the Mini Cooper. Oh! And now there'll be a bit of a delay as Sam Shaw just caught the barrier at the land outside the last corner. We now have a marshal going up to look at so Sam Shaw there coming out to the last corner and a bit wide, hit the outside barrier and bounced across the other side and ran along the verge and finished with a time of 67.22, which is his best time of the day. So on the replay there we saw the top bar of the fence going off and the barrier truck is up to fix the barrier, and the that'll be okay. Bit of a frightening moment for a young Sam. Here we go, just having a look at the action again as the car comes out. You can see the slow motion. This lodges the top rail. The car's on two wheels, nearly rolled, ran across the track, heading towards a tree, puts the brakes on, and just goes back on, misses the bush, or just catches the edge of the bush, back on the track and across the line. Quite a scary moment there for Sam Shaw. And yes, they've marched the crew up there. They put a put the post back, put the rail back on again. The fence, I think, is still solid. The post didn't move too much, perhaps. But the fencing guys are there. The professionals are there. We'll no doubt get going again as soon as they're happy. So, see you back in action very shortly. The fencing truck at the top of the hill, whether it'll come back again or not. First of all, I'm not sure, but we've got two cars needing reruns, Andy Reid and Jim Howarth. So while we're waiting, a quick unofficial list of runners and riders for the top 12. I'm sure will be formed with the official runners very shortly. Top qualifier. So unofficial this is, but I think the times are right. Unofficial, Alex Summers, Wallace Mingy's second top qualifier, Sean Gould, Will Hall, David Warburton, Stuart Bickley, Dave Uren, Trevor Willis, Jack Cottrell, David Tatham, Matthew Ryder and Richard Spedding. And they're on the screen in front of me now. Matthew Ryder will be going first as the slower of the double-driven car. Spedding, Tatham, Cottrell, Willis, Uren, Bickley, Warburton, Hall, Gould, Mingies and Summers. So we'll talk you through those again in the run-up to the runoff. Well, we're just waiting for the fencing truck to come down the hill. So Jim Howarth leads the line in the Mini. Looking at some comments on the chat while we're watching these cars, and no, not a very wide track, easy motion, a very narrow track, and yep, it's been not wet all weekend. We had a dry day yesterday, so the runs times are a lot quicker yesterday, 5 or 6 seconds quicker yesterday. And I'm sorry about the tannoy at the junction in the meadow. I'm not even sure the one at the meadow is working. Maybe you're hearing the one further down the hill, but I'll try to shout a bit louder, but you can hear it at the meadow. But Jim Howarth at time 63.68, his best of the weekend. Sorry, his best of today, not the weekend, best of today. Simon Rothley, 59.20 was his best time up to now, today. .58.21 for Simon. And David Reid, no sign of John Welsh, shows John Shirley next in the Ferrari. David Reid here on the top of the hill. 52.45 for David Reid. The Subaru is close to back. Just a red flag here. I think David Reid maybe clipped the barrier at the top of the hill. Certainly the marshal's having a look at the barrier at the last corner. There's something maybe having a look on the replay as it comes out of East Bray through the S's, clips inside the edge, clips outside the edge, and something did fall off the car and a little bit bashed in front. So I'm not sure. I don't think he hit the barrier, but certainly something fell off before he got to the barrier. Whether it's something dislodged just at the edge of our camera shot, maybe the very beginning of that barrier. But just having a look at it now. John Shirley's been flagged. David Reid finished at 52.45. I have another replay here. Again, he comes up over East Bray. Here's the barrier. Something fell off just after the S's before he got to the last corner. It's a little bit of metal, maybe about 8 inches long. We're just looking at it in slow motion to see where it may have come from. Yeah, I think he just run the curve and maybe caught the front edge barrier on the inside of the last corner, which you can't quite see in the cameras. The wheel looks a bit out of shape actually as it comes into the S's, and just catches the barrier as it goes round the corner. The front of it did look a bit bashed. So we'll have a look and see what's happening now.
think that's what he's done there. That's a taste of oil. We're down for a thing. Look.
Yeah.
Yes, something starting off.
Okay, so that other little incident now over. Some more time given to the top 12 runners, and here we are, John Shirley back on the line, having had a red flag. Just checking, we've given you out all the times so far. I think we have. So Antti Reid was flagged. We're still going to have Antti Reid back for a rerun. John Shirley leaves the line. John Shirley near the top of the hill. And it's a time of 62.29, which is his fastest of the day and takes the class because no sign of John Welsh. So Ewan Bruce. Now Ewan set a new class record yesterday. 61.92. It's a new class record on his last stick. Most recent run here. 61.82. Can he set another new class record as he gains experience of this car on the hill? So just 16 years or younger, young Ewan. Not sure exactly how old he is, but between 14 and 16. The purple at Garden Gate. He's now lost a bit of time up through Junction. So he's picking up. No, he's still not picked up through Essex. So maybe a slightly slow run this time. And he had a double. He had 2 goes at the last corner as well. It's a slower time. 62.36. The slowest of the day. But obviously still wins the class with a new class record. So Jenny Howells, so we're back to class A1. And they've had time to change all the cars, these double driven cars here. Jenny Howells is next. She still leads her husband by about a second. Followed by Michael King in the Mazda, which leads the Mazda class. And then after Michael King we'll have Brian Wilson, but Jenny Hill's is up through to the S's. Seems to be doing a personal best for today. That should be below 66, maybe. 66.68 is our personal best of the day. Michael King had set purple up through Garden Gate. We should be looking time and through the S's now. And here a little tail slide over the last corner. 56.85, that's his quickest time of the day, consolidates his class lead. Ryan Wilson, Mini Cooper S, he was third, I think, in class, third in class A3. After the second round, he's behind David Reid and Tommy Rapson. Tommy's not competing this run. Don't think he'll have enough to catch up with Tommy. No, Brian Wilson, 56.48. And that will be a third place. Emil Gordon, to class 1. Father of Jodie, who's lying second at the moment overall. Campbell's still sitting fastest times apart from Rory and Gary, the two leaders. So it should be a third place finish for Campbell. 60.33, that's his best time by a couple of seconds. Right, so the cars are coming back down from this bash, so that possibly means we've got no more runners that would have been in the bash, so maybe no Andy Reid, no Gary Dixon, no Derek Rosney. They maybe had their sufficiency of hill climbing for today. No Callum Norris. Anyway, oh, we got Andy Reid at the top of the hill, but is he flagged and then sent up to the top of the hill perhaps? Not the time for Andy Reid, he's flagged but no other time, so maybe he will take a run. So after the next batch of Scottish runners, we'll then have the top 12 runoff. So we hopefully will finish by just after 4 o'clock. So this will be round 12 of the British Hillclimb Championship, although we've only had 8 of the 11 rounds actually run so far. They were London because of the weather, 2 in Northern Ireland at Craigantlet and 1 at Gurston Down, where the rain was certainly of biblical flood proportions. the track became flooded. Obviously in Ireland also, very wet weather, and the track condition became unsafe for the big single seaters. So the Sam Shaw cars come down. I believe Sam's going to be looked at by a doctor just to check there was no hard knocks within the car. Obviously your head can't get knocked about, because in road cars you don't require a hands device, so more chance of the head being banged against the inside of the car. So here we come, and it's Neil Ross is the first we see in his Porsche. So possibly no Jim Sugden or Peter Wearing then, because it's Neil Ross now, leading the class by a fair way. 59.55 his best time so far. It's followed by Neil Goodwood in the Mazda, so again, no Ian Crawford. Track definitely looks drier up through the tunnel. Barely to stay at all. But yeah, they get to header, there's still raindrops falling on the screen. It'll be tricky because there's Neil Ross. Wide at the top of each grade, then across the other side of the track, keeps it all in the track, and then crosses the line. 59.05, that's his best run, probably lost half a second at least. So he'll win that class, and it's Neil Goodwood followed by John Ramsey. No Andrew Grover either, presumably. Neil Goodwood is a class record holder in the Mazda, but nowhere near a class record today, obviously. 61.18, that's actually a slow run for Neil. He'll stay third in class. John Ramsey's running on his own in the saloon leader class. Leslie Schooler follows him up there. And then Stephen Bryant in the Ford Falcon. We've got a red flag at post 4. I think something fell off the midget. Something fell off Leslie Schooler's midget there as she went through Garden Gate. But she gets to the top in 82.45. And Stephen Bryant has now been red flagged. But he's back in the... Well, he probably didn't get very far. In fact, he unfortunately hadn't left the line when that happened. So Stephen Bryant heading up in the Ford Falcon, followed by Jim Brown in the Riley. Steve Bryant is setting purple sectors for the class. He is leading the class at 62.73. Marshall standing back at the top corner. And a 60.83 for Stephen Bryant, so a nearly 2-second improvement. And that will be a class consolidating time. But we have interest to see where Jim Brown can get above Leslie Ann Schooler. He needs to find 1.3 seconds. So low 72 is required from Jim Brown. But could he come second in the class? Looks like it. 71.85. That goes. Jim Brown goes into second place in the Thoroughbred Classic class. Now with Brian Hunter going back to class A3. Brian Hunter, the last of the minis. The Mazda follows him. Brian Hunter, 63s, consistently so far today. Get above 63. Into low 62s and move up to 5th in class. At 63.20 is his best time. But he still stays behind Vicky Parr, still 6th in class for Brian Hunter. Jim King in the Mazda. You need to be 1.3 seconds quicker to beat his son, and he's not going to do it. 58.35, that's actually a slower time than his previous time. He'll be 2nd in class. Michael King wins the class. Jim King 2nd, Neil Goodwood 3rd, and Ian Crawford 4th. Antti Reid now. So this is Antti's rerun in the Datsun Cherry. The class A1. 66.98 is his best time so far today. This run 66.55 he does beat that time. Tom Graham leaves the line. We've got Tom Graham and Charlie Forsyth, the 2 1-litre single seaters. No sign of John Ramsey, no sign of John Ramsey, no sign of Charlie Fraser in this run. Oh no, sorry, I missed John Ramsey. John Ramsey is 54.88. Which is not an improvement. But no sign of Charlie Forsyth. Even quicker FTD for the Scottish Classic. Oh, sideways into the last corner. 49.78. The first sub 50 in the interclub meeting for today. Tom Graham's time was 64.39. And that may well be it for the runners. Only other runner would be John Albiston. But it looks as though that is the end of that batch. Certainly no Charlie Fraser. And that is the end of the Scottish Interclub runs. So going back up to Class A1. Gary Dixon, without taking the last run, wins the class. 54.66 from Jody Gordon, 55.98. And Campbell Gordon, 60.33. The 4th position was John Bruce. 5th, Antti Reid. 6th, Jenny Howells. 7th, Sam Shaw. 8th, John Hamilton. And 9th, Alex Howells. No Derek Rothney in that run, but wins the class. And the A3 is David Reid, obviously wins the class, 53.45. Tommy Rapson, 54.04. Brian Wilson, 56.48. Simon Rothney, 4th. Vicky Park, 5th. Brian Hunter, 6th. And Jim Howarth, 7th. Callum Norris wins in Class A4. John Shirley beats John Welsh in A6. Neil Ross easily wins in Class A8 ahead of Jim Sugden and Peter Weering. The Mazdas is won by Michael King from Jim King, from Neil Goodwood and Ian Crawford. Other classes competitive. Charlie Forsyth wins the class for single seaters and takes fastest time in the inter-club competition. And the Classic Thoroughbred Road cars, Stephen Bryant wins from Jim Brown, who comes through to take second from Leslie Schooler. So that is the end of the Interclub, and thank you for your competition today. You've had 6 time runs, and I'm sure the positions on the championship will be communicated to all the participants and other competitors registered in good time. So now we're down to the culmination of the weekend's events here. And as yesterday, we have the top 12 runoff for the British Hillclimb Championship, round 12. We have one double driven car, rider Sean Gould car. And as Matt was the slower of the two in qualification, he will be going first. So the first runner you will see in the top 12 runoff will be Matt Ryder. Number 3. Then the 12th qualifier, in fact Matt qualified at 11th qualifier, the 42.64. Then you'll see Richard Spedding, number 94. And the Raptor, then Dave Tatum, number 84. Jack Cottrell qualifies this afternoon. He's number 105. Trevor Willis, number 6. Dave Duren, number 8. Great qualification run from Stuart Bickley in the 1 litre. Bors, 85, number 85, Stuart Bickley. Then Dave Warburton again in the top half of the runoff, number 10. Will Hall, number 5. And then Sean Gould, number 7. Wallace Ming is number 1. And the top qualifier is Alex Summers, number 4. So they've had quite a while to prepare the cars for the runoff, so hopefully we'll be seeing first car coming to the line very shortly. That'll be Matt Ryder in the Gould. So we just got some fluid at the top of the hill there at the last corner. So Marshall's doing a bit of a clean-up job. Here we are back into action now with Matt Ryder. Hopefully he can get the car offline with less trouble than the last time he was here. No, he's stopped it again. And he's away that time, but only just 2.67, so yes, a poor getaway there in the first 64 feet. Train towards Garden Gate. A little more spray in the bottom half of the course. On the 3 miles per hour junction. Up towards the top of East Bray, all safely negotiated so far. This is in the top corner and over the line now 42.25. We'll now come back down the hill and we'll be ready to go with the next runner, which will be Richard Spedding. Okay, Matt coming down now to the top of tunnel, where if you're on the screen you'll be able to see all the trees which are on the left hand side going downhill, where there's a number of them, quite dark in that area. And the tunnel actually continued as a tunnel more or less up, a bit further up the hill, because the trees were getting quite large and we're hanging the track, so they're chopped down and a bit more open as you go towards junction at that point of the track. So just to remind you, the track record here set by Alex Summers is 34.21, but we won't get anywhere near that today. The last really wet round we had here, the winning time was a 43.14, so that was obviously worse than we had here today. That was only 8 years ago. And obviously that was a worse conditions than we have here today. John Gould's win yesterday was his 6th here at Doune in the top 12 runoff. Equally now Wallace's Mingies and Mike McDowell on 6 wins. But well behind Martin Groves, who won 17 times here. Anyway, enough stats, now on to Richard Spedding. For Richard Spedding, the 1.6 BWR Raptor. Going to the line, being lined up there and about to go to see if he can gain more points to add to the 3 he scored yesterday, and he's now called the car. We'll start again. Just with the green light. And the trouble there, he got away. It did going immediately, but he's gone off cleanly, 2.45. Quicker up and Matt Ryder at the moment. 100th. 87 miles per hour, still 800th up on that. And he's slightly behind now at the S's. 0.21 behind, but over the finishing line about 42.67 for second position at the moment. Next to run, another Yorkshireman. It's Dave Tatham, qualified yesterday. Finished 11th. First run off of the year. Qualified today in 10th place, because in fact Matt Ryder was 11th. So Dave Tatham, 10th qualifier, can he get a point this time around? He's away 2.51. It's just 1100 cc's this car, remember? 1100cc Suzuki engine. Only 400s down at the moment on Matt Ryder's time. 97 miles per hour. It's 0.2 tenths down, so big slide at East Bray. Held it well. He's lost another 2 tenths of a second. It's going to be a 42 plus 43.20. 43.20 for Dave. Just a bit over exuberant at the top of East Bray. Lost a bit of time. Jack Kostrel, good to see Jack qualifying for today's runoff. Missed out yesterday, but it's a good season so far. First appearance at Doune with the big Dallara. So Jack in the Dallara with the Cosworth XD engine. And the revs rise. These revs rise quite highly. Cleanly away, 2.4, the quickest time so far for the first 64 feet. Second banging as the limiter, half a second up now on Matt Ryder. Looking quick up through 111, the quickest we've had speed trap wise so far. So he's up to 0.8 up now, so that's a good run from Jack. He's clean through the top of East Bray and through the Essex. That's the curb on the inside, round the last bend. It's going to be a good 41 time, 41.58 from Jack Kostrel. Goes into lead. The inside curb on the S is quite hard with the front, but safely through and up to the top. And we've now got Trevor Willis in the OMS 28 3.2 RPE engine. Trevor, 3 times Hillclimb champion, 8-time top 10, 8-time run-off winner here at Doune. Smoothly off the line, that's 2.44, so slightly down in Kostrel. Now 700 is up on Jack at Garden Gate. 109 through the junction. 10th up through junction. The time clocks. Good run through East Bray and the S's. He's lost a little bit there though. So it's going to be lifted up between him and Jack. 41.30. He just takes the lead by 0.28 of a second. You know, a bit of time in the last run through. Now Dave Duran. This car, his first set, is fastest time of day or winner runoff here back in 2005. So a car's heading off at 20 years old. Still going strong in the hands of Dave Duran. Nicholson McLaren engine in the back, 3.5 litres. Slow start, a poor finish. He only finished 9th yesterday, disappointed in that yesterday. Normally she was Nicola Mings, but she's having an injured hand. 0.13 up at Junction and Jack Cottrell. In fact, Trevor Willis that time is. Now he's a third of a second up and Trevor. As he goes over the line, it's a 40.77. So Dave Duran goes into the lead. And now the sensation, I would say, of qualifying is Stuart Bickley in the Force TA. Again, a 1 litre Suzuki engine. Regular Force TA, similar to many other cars on the hill. Qualified yesterday. Bit of a moment at the top of East Bray, 2.46. So if he can get through East Bray well today, he's got a chance of good points all here. Usually the centre of the road up through Oak Tree and round Garden Gate. Through the tunnel and flying up through, down on, as you might expect, with the bigger engine cars at the moment, 0.8 down on Dave Duran through Junction. 97 miles per hour is the approach speed. Now near the second down, but that should still get him a good position. He crosses the line now in a 42.17. Which goes 4th overall at the moment. There'll be good points there for Stuart Bickley. It's Dave Duran from Trevor Willis, Jack Cottrell, Stuart Bickley, Matthew Ryder, Richard Spedding, Dave Tate, and now David Warburton. Qualified in 5th place. Finished 6th yesterday, the runoff. The quickest 54 foot time so far. And he's up at the moment through Garden Gate. So it's against Dave Duran, and he's still up against Dave Duran. 0.38 up through Junction. Lying across the meadow. Near the top of East Bray. Yep, only through. There's another sensational run from Dave Warburton. The 39, there's just a 40.38, and that takes the lead. David Warburton, 40.38, goes to the top of the pile. A guaranteed 5th place at least for Dave Warburton. Will Hall now down to the big 4 cars. Will Hall in the gold. Will finished 3rd yesterday for the 5th time this year. Anxious to get into top 2, I'm sure. All the way 2.05. Always a good starter there. 2.05. Arden Gate by about a second. Towards Junction, 111 miles per hour. He's lost a bit of time there. Now behind Warburton's time. Junction, S's, he's still behind. So half a second down. So it's not going to be a win for Will today. 40.65 goes into second position. Dave Warburton still leads. .38. So Sean Gould now, winner here yesterday. Comparison times yesterday, winning time yesterday was 35.45. So probably 5 seconds or so more than that. So Sean Gould moves it off the line. 2.40 though. So how is he compare? He's up on Will Hall at Arden Gate. He's Faithful through tunnel, 108 miles per hour over the speed trap, and he's third of a second up in Will and a bit more in Dave. So this could be the leading run. Also Johnson, bit of a tail slide at top of each grey, but he controls well down a little now. 400 rattles the curb in the S's. He's over the line. 40.10, he takes the lead. 40.10 for Sean Gould. Now Wallace Mingies. Positional fist bump with Tom New in the cockpit. He brings the big 3-point outside my box, brings the 3.3 litre Cosworth XD engine Gould GR59. Amazingly, he's been running this car for about 8 years almost, I think it is now. Doesn't seem that long. Goes through his usual pre-run preparations. Visor down. And he's away. 2.25. Past Oak Tree up towards Garden Gate. A bit down on both Hall and Gould. The moment 100 miles per hour through the trap, and yes, he's still down on all three, Warburton, Hall and Gould. So he's half a second down in fact. Looking at maybe fourth place here at the moment for Wallace. 40.57, he goes third in fact, goes above Will Hall in the end of the run there. So that's John Gould, Warburton, Mingies, Hall, Uren, Willis. Now the final qualifier, final run of the day. All qualifier Alex Summers, finished second yesterday. Sean Gould, currently leading the championship. So can we get this one below 40, Alex? Usually off the line, 2.24. Not his best start. But such a quick car up through the bottom part of the hill. Yes, he did the 13.3, half a second up. Arden Gate, 103 miles per hour. And 3/4 of a second up now. Junction. This is a flyer, Alex. Up to the top of East Bray. Weekly through, no switch at all. 0.7 of a second up. Through the Essex still. Oh, a bit of a tail slide at the top last bend, but it's a 39.46. And that's Alex Summers winning this runoff this afternoon. First and only sub 39 second run of the day. It was Summers from Gould. David Warburton, a fantastic third place. Wallace Mingies, fourth. Will Hall, fifth. Dave Uren, sixth. Trevor Willis, 7. Jack Cottrell, good finish in 8th. Stuart Bickley in the points with 9th. Matt Ryder, lowly 10th for Matt. This is not a good weekend for Matt. Richard Spedding, 11th, and George Tatum. David Tatum, 12th. A fantastic run off the win there for Alex Summers. And that will strengthen his lead at the top of the championship. In fact, with Matthew finishing quite low down, I know we have drop scores to come into play. It will make a big change here. So I'll just work at the championship positions and get back to you as soon as I can.
Yesterday, the drivers aren't going to get better times than what
No, they're not going to get any better than yesterday.
So you get, I said to people yesterday, they're just going to risk damaging the car. They're not going to get a better time, so you might as well go home.
And it's good. Long way to go for them, sure.
Yeah.
So unofficially then, after the 12th round of the championship, after 9 scoring rounds, we have Alex Summers on 83 points. Will Hall now moves to second place on 67. Matt Ryder on 65 in third place. Where Trevor Will is still in fourth on 53, but Sean Gould moving up strong into fifth place on 50. Ahead of Dave Uren at 49. Wallace Mingy's now moved up with 33 points into 7th position. Jack Cottrell is 8th and 29. And Warburton and Hames are now 9th equal and 22. So good weekends there for Alex, for Sean, for Warburton, and for Hall. And Uren and Ryder, the two who missed out on the weekend. So it's all bubbling away here, but Alex Summers has now increased the championship lead to 16 points. But by the end of the season, I'm sure some of these low scores from people like Ryder and Uren will be dropped when the best 22 scores comes into play. So a good weekend here at Doune. Finishes with a storming run there from Alex Summers in the poor conditions. Thanks to everybody who's been involved in taking part. And helping run the competition. Thanks to all the marshals for surviving today's bad weather. Thanks to the rescue crew, the fencing people behind the gate, the caterers who've been kept busy, I'm sure, with lots of rolls and coffees and teas being sold. Thanks to you all for coming on to watch, and to those who have stayed to watch here at the hill itself. Hope you've enjoyed yourself, and if you haven't been before, it's your first time, please come back again in September for more of the same. We have the British Championship back again this year in September for the second run of what we have this weekend, except in September, both the top 10 runs will be on the Sunday. But Saturday will be practice day, Sunday will be time runs, and 2 top 10 runoffs. So the date for Doune is the 14th, 15th of September. We've still got a long way to go in the championship. We've only had the 12 rounds. We've still got another 18 to go, maybe 16, 2, 4, 6, 20 to go. So 18. Another 18 rounds still to go. The championship starts again at Harewood in Yorkshire, 6th and 7th of July. And then visits Bully Bay, Val d'Isère, Jersey, Guernsey, Whiskham Park, and then Shelsley Walsh, Prescott twice because the first rounds this year were abandoned, and Prescott is running 2 events in August and September, back here in Doune, and the final will be at Lowton Park in September. So thanks again for tuning in online. I hope you've enjoyed the live stream. Massive thanks to Rich Danby and Eleanor Taylor for running the live stream and for setting it all up. It'll now take Rich a few hours to set it all down again. And but massive thanks to Rich for bringing the hill climbing to the world, really. We've had people tuning in from all around the world, Argentina, Australia, next to Sestra. So great to see you all joining in and celebrating our hill climb. 487 people still watching at the moment. So hopefully you'll join us again at our next stream, which I believe will be at Harewood on the 6th and 7th of July. So it's goodbye from Doune for the moment. There will be a prize giving, I'm sure, down here in the Secretary's office in about half an hour. The paddock will be informed when that happens, and we shall look forward to presenting prizes to all our brave drivers who have won their classes and set some storming runs today at Arse of Cambus here, the King of the Hills, Doune HillClimb Scotland. So signing off, and we'll see you all again in September here at Doune HillClimb.